Pickle. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really good afternoon of darts, actually. We had a very good, entertaining day yesterday, didn't we, in this group campaign? I think Luke Smith may play a little bit of a part today. He's shown some signs yesterday that maybe he's going to play a little bit of that spoiler role today. Maybe he's going to have a little bit of a hand to play here and maybe upset the apple cart with those players battling for the top 2 places.
Well, let's go back to last night. Danny Van Truyt, top of the table, and that is why he is loving life here at the Super Series. Lost his first match against John O'Shea, but from that point onwards, he did a real professional job, didn't he?
He was very good, wasn't he, last night? Danny Van Truyt, shown that quality. He spoke very fondly, didn't he, about what he's now able to go and do. The last couple of years, he's had a PDC tour card, which means he's not really had opportunity to play in things like the Super Series here, and now sat at the top of the table with dreams and ambitions of staying there, moving to a Saturday night, playing in the Dutch team once again, doing some WDF, doing some ADC, getting lots of reps in, and once again learning to be a winner. And that's what he was last night.
Brandon Weening hit a career best average of 108 yesterday evening. He's also on 6 points overnight. What would be the assessment from your perspective of how he played yesterday?
The thing that's concerned me with Brandon Weening until this point was purely when he's ahead, he wasn't driving that advantage home. 2-0 up, misses darts, gets drawn back into a battle again. That last game, though, last night, put all that worries to bed because he really did kick on in that game. 108 average, absolutely quality. And the rest of the players now got something to be fearful when they play Brandon Weening.
Well, that's Group B. It gets back underway at 10 o'clock tonight here on Pluto TV. But this afternoon is about the culmination of Group C. This is how the land lies in terms of the league table. Henry Coates has a 2-point lead from 3 players overnight. Justice Smith, Mason Whitlock and Ultan McDyer all on 6 points and +2 in terms of legs difference. Henry is at top of the table going into Friday's action. And he looked ultra impressive, didn't he, on his debut day?
He was the top player, wasn't he? And that's why he's top of the table. Sometimes you look at players and you go, like Justin Smith on Monday, you look and you say he's played well, he hasn't got his rewards, he hasn't got the wins. I think maybe Henry Coates could probably feel that way a little bit, that he didn't win all 5 games yesterday because he was head and shoulders above the rest of the players, statistically and the way in which the games felt. From dart number 1 till the very last, just looked composed, looked in control. Few nerves early on, but they was 2 legs worth of nerves, and he still won them and still played well. Just because you're nervous doesn't mean you're not going to play good darts. That's something people need to remember quite a lot. Like, sometimes that adrenaline can be channeled in a good way, and he did. And today I don't think he's going to have those nerves. I think he's going to come here and play even freer. I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the other side of the 90 average. Yesterday he was just under it, looking at those high 80s. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the low 90s today.
In terms of Justin Smith, he's second in the table, 6 points to his name. Was it kind of yesterday a similar story to the rest of the week where there's been some good stuff, but maybe the consistency hasn't quite been there?
And missed doubles, missed opportunities, missed chances. Justin Smith, I think, is showing the lack of experience in recent times on this type of stage. He's only been playing his darts locally. And trust me, you need to be getting that high-level competition if you want to compete at a high level. And locally, he's probably bashing everyone off the board. He's probably the hero in the local area. He's probably the top dog. But when you come here, you go from being the biggest fish to just being a fish in a very big ocean. And you feel that at times, and you do feel like a little bit rusty. And then what you do is you get into that negative psyche where you sort of go, well, actually, last year I'd have done that. Last year I'd have done this. Last year I'd have taken that. And it then starts putting you in a position where you don't feel as confident or as good as you can. And this week will do him good.
Mason Whitlock is in 3rd position in the group on +2 and 6 points in terms of his overnight standings. Now, he hit a tops yesterday. Now, I'm going to show you a VT here because a couple of weeks ago, his dad, Simon, hit a tops in exactly the same fashion. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
No, and both there for the match as well, ironically, isn't it? And there's a lot of comparisons we've drawn, the mannerisms, the blowing on the hands, the holding of the dart, the way it's thrown, the sort of posture, the stance, the line of balance. There's so much that's very similar with him. You can really see that Mason sort of modelled himself on his dad in regards to his throwing technique and his delivery of the dart. So we also now learn that the pacing is very, very similar as well. It'll be interesting to see if he can replicate the levels of success as well that Simon did.
Let's have a look at the odds. Yesterday we said that Henry Coates at 2-1 could be value. Well, he's gone into 8-13 to win the group. Perhaps no surprise. He was the standout player yesterday.
He really was. And there's no signs that that was a one-off. In fact, there's signs that potentially there's more to come. And I'm not surprised to see him at 8-13. I did have a look at the odds last night when I was doing my preparation for last night's Group B campaign. And at that point, Henry was even money, which means he has been absolutely backed in off the boards here to make a movement like that into 8-13. So there's a lot of people out there today backing Henry, believe he's going to do it, and hoping he does because they can cash in.
Well, it is 18 plus and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Well, it is Valentine's Day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is a day to show your appreciation for all the things within the sport that you love. And in true darts fans fashion, time to stand up if you love the darts.
Touch my hand, it all goes away. The things I planned, the things I would say, now I keep rambling on.
Magnificent from Ultan McDyer. Team. That's the fifth top club checkout.
So a 2-0 lead.
A flurry to finish for Mason Whitlock. Brilliant. A third top plus checkout of the day. Oh yes, we love the darts here at the MODUS Super Series. And if you love the darts, then you can watch it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week here. Live, exclusive on Pluto TV. And we kick off the first of 25 games. Now we're going to broadcast to you live with a meeting between Luke Smith and Patrick Dekker. Luke Smith, the 35-year-old from Chester, his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for Skywalker, looking to pick up his first win today. Up against Patrick Dekker, 37 from Maasdijk in the Netherlands. Nickname who? Who? Anyway, into the action for our first match of the session. It's going to be watched in the company of Matthew Edgar. These two, well, they are the bottom two in this Group C. But we've got a top referee for you. Jack Garwood is in charge of all of the action on this Friday afternoon.
It's Luke to throw first.
And for these two, well, points is the priority. If they're going to stand any chance, well, they're going to probably have to go through the card.
Well, Patrick Dekker's got possibilities here depending on the results, and I think there's going to be a lot of what we saw yesterday, people beating each other.
43.
Needs to start strong though. Needs to start well, Patrick Dekker. And he's kind of got the ideal game here, hasn't he? Playing Luke Smith, who lost 4 games going into that moment yesterday. If he can get the double over him, last game yesterday, first game today, he'll put himself back in that conversation by the time he starts taking on the rest of the pack. Luke Smith, though,
58.
I don't think he's someone you could realistically just completely write off, because there was times yesterday, certainly that game with Ultan McDyer, where he went 15-15-16
98.
to sort of bring the game back.
He'd be looking to get that elusive first win on this stage, and I can imagine it's probably something now that he's possibly chasing.
75.
Didn't win a match on his previous appearance here. Didn't get a win yesterday. And sometimes the longer a streak in a negative direction goes, the harder that you try to ascertain it.
30.
It's an intriguing dynamic in terms of the first round of fixtures. Dekker will take on Smith. Remember, 3 players tied on 6. Henry Coates takes on Mason Whitlock. And if Mason wins that, he'd move on to 8. And then you'd have Justice Smith take on Ultan McDyer. But there is a guarantee of a player being on 8 points in the group. It could be a dramatic day. We could be going down all the way to the wire in this Group C. But we're just awaiting the action to get warm on this Valentine's Day.
$81.
Well, Luke closer to a finish, and he's going to
100.
get 6 darts from here, a complement of a couple of visits to get this first leg on the board. Well, this is a bit more like it, isn't it?
139.
Just sort of stretching out early on here, Luke Smith is showing a few signs of tension, and you do get that because he's in a position where he's bottom of the table without a win. He's been here
85.
before and
Luke,
had
you
the same
require
scenario where
62.
he was unable to pick up a win, so that run does start to become a bit concerning. You want to show what you can do, you want to pick up that win. To do that, he's going to recover this situation. Just working out the mathematics. Working out which area of the board he wants to leave himself. It'll be double 8.
Game shot
It
on the
is double
first
8.
leg. Luke Smith.
Good solid leg there in the back part of that one for Luke Smith.
Second leg. It's Patrick to throw
He
first.
gets a leg on the board
Game on.
because Luke Smith at the back end of yesterday won 1 leg in his last 3 matches. He lost 4-1 before back-to-back 4-0 defeats to end his day.
100.
So that's 1 streak that is over.
Yeah, he ran out of steam, really, didn't he? Yesterday, did Luke Skywalker. As for Patrick Dekker, if he wins his game, he actually puts himself
60.
in the mix. It's still, as you mentioned in the last leg, will have to still do good things today to get through to a Saturday night on debut. But it would just give him a lurking
96.
opportunity to do exactly that. We've seen some good stuff from Patrick. We've seen some good averages, high in the 90s at points. But there's also been the odd performance which has been below par. He's been
134.
found victim of the disease that is called inconsistency.
$60.
And it's been a quiet start for this pair in this match.
$58. $100.
Dekker leaving 145 to level the match up at 1 apiece.
125. Patrick, you require
It was the back end of the leg where Luke Smith really started to find his best in the opener. And he could be replicating that here again in the second.
Well, there's a stage of the leg where you want to be
121.
more proficient
Luke,
in
you
it. It is the
require
back end. But
124.
Dekker there with back-to-back 3-figure scores has left himself in a position where he can equalise the match up. And because Luke Smith has gone astray, he's going to get
11.
3 in his hand
Patrick, you
at double
require
12
24.
to level this match up at 1 apiece. Double 6 for Dekker. Well, that's a handy enough guide.
18.
He's unable to
Rick, you
utilise
require
it. Smith
113.
back for 113 to get the break and to open up a 2-0 lead. Double 18 would have given him a go at tops. But from the top of the board to the bottom, Dekker finds himself
97.
in the
Patrick, you
trapdoor and he finds
require
himself on
6.
double 3 to equalise this match back up at 1 apiece.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes.
second
Well,
leg.
the
Patrick
doubling
Dekker.
hasn't actually been too much of an issue for this pair, but the scoring has been somewhat a miss
Third
in
leg.
the early
It's Luke
portion of
to
this
throw first.
contest.
Game on.
Are you suggesting this game would be better played on the old Yorkshire dartboard? The Yorkshire dartboard with no trebles, just doubles and a very tiny bullseye.
Well, I don't think there'd be too
6.
much change in terms of the averages. And I think for these two, it could be a double-edged sword playing
96.
this game first. It could either be the best thing that could happen to them because they're playing somebody else that had struggles on Thursday, or it could be the worst thing that can happen to them because they both know they struggled on Thursday, and then you try harder to try and get that opening result. And I
96.
feel like it's a case of the latter has come into play a little bit here.
Well, for Patrick Dekker, he's still got probably ambitions and hopes of getting through this group.
150.
Which, if that is going to be the
136.
case, he has to win this game. He has to get the points here. Luke Smith, you feel, he's probably playing for pride today, trying to get his first win on the Super Series
94.
stage. Oh,
84.
a slack dart there, and he did go high. He did go for the big section of the 20 there, just to try and guarantee the finish.
139.
Setup play again from Luke Smith, putting in another big power score at the right time to bring himself in range.
$134. Luke, you require 112.
Patrick's let himself on 51 for the break. And he's going to get a look at it because Luke Smith goes astray into the treble 5 there with dart
52.
2. Dekker
Patrick, you
looking at
require
51 to
51.
make it 2-1, and he'd have the break in his favour as a result.
Very aware, wasn't he there? Patrick Dekker peering over the shoulder. But that doesn't make life easy. Looking to rescue the situation with the double eights.
43. Luke, you require 60.
I'm intrigued he went there because he loves to leave double tenders, Patrick. Anyway, double top for Luke Smith. For the southpaw.
Game
To
shot on the
open
third
up a
leg. Luke Smith.
2-1 advantage in this match.
There was a break opportunity there for Patrick Dekker.
Fourth leg. It's Patrick to throw first.
Could have got a
Game
little bit
on.
of control there. Instead, Luke Smith is halfway to his first victory on that stage.
60. $97.
I think the interesting thing for Luke is there's been spells where he's played some really good stuff. We mentioned that game where he had the 15-15-16
61.
by reeling off 3 on the spin. There's been moments where everything has clicked together, but it hasn't quite clicked together for the whole duration of a match yet. And I can imagine that that is a real nagging frustration for him.
85.
But an opportunity is presenting itself here. A breaker throw here would mean he's got 3 opportunities to win, 2 of which he'd have the darts. This is the biggest leg of the game so far.
140.
This is a vital leg here for Patrick Dekker. Because we saw yesterday when Luke Smith got to 3 legs against Ultan McDyer, he didn't keep his composure together in the deciding leg. But when you've got 3 lives, 3 opportunities
43.
to get the job done, there's time to settle into that moment and he could produce the goods. Patrick Dekker needs to get this leg won. A
100.
big last start there gets him down to a finish. This is where Luke Smith has shone in these sort of shots where it's time to get himself to a finish.
134.
Shines again. 2 big
Patrick, you
power
require
trebles.
140.
And so Dekker here looking at the 140. He's not going to go on this particular occasion.
60. Luke, you require 142.
And so Smith here looking at 142 to open up a 3-1 lead. Can't be done now. Dekker looking at 80 to level this game at 2-2.
$93. Patrick, you require 80.
Double 10 for Patrick to square this game up again.
70.
Opportunity to come and gone.
Luke, you require 49.
Smith 49 to get the break and to open up a 3-1 lead in this match. Another slip into a single means that he's going to have to spurn a dart here. And it's going to be a dart at tops for the
29.
break. And it's a dart
Patrick, you
that
require
goes a begging.
10.
He would have really sensed opportunity there, would Luke, to have stretched away a lead and given them the chance to throw for the match. He would have had 2 chances to have thrown for the match. But Patrick Dekker finds the double 5, and we are level here at 2-2.
You get the feeling with that
flag,
dart
it's
there for
Luke to
Luke
throw
Smith. He was
first.
almost just fearful of hitting
Game
the
on.
treble 17 and ended up throwing it with a bit of a snatch. He does still have the big advantage here. He's got the advantage of the throw. At the moment, there's not really anything between them in the
100.
averages, which suggests the rest of the game would continue with the darts. Which would mean Luke Smith would pick up his first victory on the Super Series stage.
60.
Nervy opener to this match. Match 1 of 15 in this session.
$100.
Then we'll be back for the conclusion of Group B later on. See, I've got to say, Matt, I thought that was a really good session last night, Group B. We saw Brandon Wheeling hit that 108. Danny Van Troip was ultra
134.
consistent. Shane McGurk, even though he picked up 4 points, you'd say usually he's up and you'd say a player's up and down. But he won with his lowest average of the night and lost with his highest average of the night.
13.
Well, that's a low shot there for Luke Smith, and that's the opportunity now that Patrick Dekker can come and try and get that advantage. A throw wrestled away from Luke Smith. Needed to find a
45.
big power treble, unable to do so.
$85. $47.
Very edgy start to the day. But we can't ignore the
93.
opportunity that is presented here. The opportunity, certainly in regards to Patrick Dekker and his chances of qualifying. Today's decision day, we will know our full lineup come the end of play this evening.
97. Luke, you require 110.
110 for Smith to put himself to within a leg of winning this match. Triple 18 leaves the subsequent double.
Well, Patrick Dekker, strength in his game would be
44.
tumbless combinations. He needs this
Patrick,
one
you
right
require
now.
118.
This one to give him the lead, to put himself a leg away from the match.
Have 3 ton plus checkouts yesterday, did Patrick, including a 156. But he's not going to add a 118 to the
6.
catalogue here. And
Luke,
so
you
Luke
require
Smith will come back
66.
looking at 66 to put himself to within a leg of his first Super Series win. Double 18.
Inviting.
Game shot on the 5th
Very
leg.
inviting.
Luke Smith.
And very good stuff from Luke Smith. He moves 3-2 up. There's an inquisitive look on the face of Patrick
6th
Dekker,
leg.
the
It's
Dutchman.
Patrick to throw first.
He
Game
knew
on.
how big a game this was, and he knows the consequence of defeat.
And you'll be frustrated there as well, because the opportunity presented itself and he wasn't able to take it. And a win for Luke Smith, and you feel this instantly
45.
goes down to a 4-horse race today.
He's hanging on to the coattails, not because of the points he's got, but also the legs difference he's got. -4 at this present moment in time. Everybody else is on +2 in that particular
43.
department.
$140.
All it'll take is 2 to 3 minutes of inspired darts from either player here, and they'll be over the line with a very important 2 points.
$101. $85.
Well, it looks like we could be set to go all the way in this match. Dekker with a sizable lead in this 6th leg, but Luke Smith has whittled it away. He's forcing Dekker to have a decent turn here. Otherwise, there might be an opportunity, there might be an opening for Skywalker to get his first win on the Live Lounge stage. He has worked so hard for an opportunity to do so, and if he can find one more good visit here, he could find himself in situ to do exactly that.
It's a little loose, that, doesn't it? Stay there. He saw the wobble.
43. Patrick, you require
He doesn't get down to a finish, giving
135.
Dekker 6 darts here. Doesn't have to go on the bullseye. And doesn't. Sensible play. Trying not to get himself caught in any tricky situations.
47.
But doesn't shave much off of it. Luke Smith will sense an opportunity here. A ton 40.
Well, here we go then. Oh, I tell you what, that was mightily close to being busted.
Patrick, you require 88.
But Luke Smith will get darts to win a match if Dekker cannot take out the 88. But he's clean on the double 14. And we go the distance in this match.
That's a quality check out there under that
7 from
circumstance.
final
What great
leg. It's
composure
Luke
that
to
was
throw
there from
first.
Patrick Dekker.
Game on.
But Luke Smith's been here before. On that occasion, he didn't have the advantage of the throw. Can he keep his composure together?
46.
Trying to find success down on the treble 19s. It's worked well for him over the last couple of days. Done darts thrown with trust. Just flow, just let the dart fly. And it worked out well there for Patrick Dekker, picking off a ton.
59.
If he can do it again here, he'll wrestle the advantage away from Luke Smith in the opening 6. Maybe he'll get more.
140.
Beginning to make a move is Patrick Dekker. He's saved it till late, but I suppose better late than never.
And there's that snatchy release coming back in again there for Luke Smith when he needs it the most. He's found
39.
nothing. He's come up dry. Nearly 100 points plus these now for Patrick Dekker. He will feel the points are in the bag. But the danger is now he's got something to lose. And maybe not the best
58.
mathematics there either. Even if he'd have found the treble, wouldn't have left a finish.
60.
12 darts thrown though for Luke Smith. No trebles. Always just going to hand the advantage away to your opponent. And Patrick Dekker will be saying thank you very much right now. Gives himself a chance still of qualifying.
97.
This has to be a maximum now for Luke Smith. Anything less than that, and you feel Patrick Dekker is going to have far too much time to get the job done.
Yeah, you had the sense of now and definitely has to find another treble here.
137.
And to his credit, he has to leave himself on
Patrick, you
160.
require 106.
Dekker 106 for the match. He's gonna get a look at it. He's gonna get a look at tops.
86.
And after all we've seen before, it would have been
Luke, you
ironic if he
require
won with Ton Top. But Luke
106.
Smith has his opportunity to win his first game here for Ton Plus checkout. But the 160 doesn't go, and so Dekker will come back for double 10.
He's got to shave it down, get it as close, make it realistic.
42. Patrick, you require 20.
Well, this puts him on to 6 points, and it just about keeps him back in play in terms of qualifying through. It's been an elongated affair.
No
Patrick
score.
Dekker hasn't crossed the line as of yet.
Luke, you
And
require
so Luke Smith comes back for
118.
118 to get Patrick's number and to get win number 1 on the Super Series stage.
That means there's no finish now. Patrick Dekker can try and compose himself, knowing he's coming back to the board. 3 more match darts.
52. Patrick, you
Double 10
require 20.
to complete the match for Patrick Dekker.
Game
And
shot
eventually
and the match.
Dekker gets over the
Patrick
line.
Dekker.
He beats Luke Smith by 4 legs to 3. It puts him on to 6 points and it puts him in play. Relief as he does his trademark celebration. Dekker wins the opening match of the day by 4 legs to 3. These are the stats from that match. Dekker 4 from 14. Luke Smith, when he had a go at a double, was okay, 3 from 6. Coming up after the break, it's Henry Coates up against Mason Whitlock. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to Pluto TV and to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Patrick Dekker got the better of Luke Smith by 4 legs to 3. The second game of the session sees Henry Coates and Mason Whitlock go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For Mason, well, a win here would put him onto 8 points in the group, level with Henry, who can move onto 10 and move in control of proceedings. The 18-year-old from Whitlock really did shine on his Super Series bow yesterday, up against the 21-year-old from Brisbane, Mason Whitlock, making his 4th appearance here. The Apprentice looking to master the Super Series for the first time. This was the pair's last game yesterday, and Henry got off to a
First
real quick
leg,
start. He
it's
beat
Henry to
Mason
throw
by 4
first.
legs to 1, kicking off
Game on.
with legs of 13 and 15, with average in excess of 90 in that match. His doubling 4 for 9 and a 116 checkout. His stats for the day really were impressive, particularly for a debutant. 88.71 was his overall numbers for the session, 36% in terms of his doubling, and it is correlated in terms of what the bookmakers think in terms of his odds of going through and winning the group. He was 2-1 at the beginning of play yesterday, but he's now quoted as short as 8-13, mainly because of darts like that.
Yeah, we didn't believe 2-1 was the right price, did we, yesterday? We thought that was a little large. We said we expect that when he's coming into today, he's going to be the odds-on favourite, and he is. And backed in heavily overnight, even money. Yesterday evening as Group B campaign kicked off, but I think in review, when people was watching it back and watching the replay of the Super Series, they was watching the talent that is Henry Coates, and looking at that discussion we was having about when you watch a player like Henry, what is the ceiling?
89.
And I don't think we're anywhere near the ceiling yet that this young man's going to go and achieve.
I feel like Henry's one of those players where we're going to watch the process
59.
over a period of time, and I think we should enjoy watching that process unfold. He's left himself with a double after 12 in his opening leg, and he kicks off the match and kicks off his day with a 14-darter. Henry's in the building. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Mason to throw first.
I think one of the biggest problems, though, that young players are going to have right now is the drawing of comparisons. Because naturally, everything that's going to happen now, people are going to compare and look at in a side swipe to that of Luke Littler, our reigning world champion, despite still being a teenager. And you look at the story of young darts at the moment. If it wasn't for Luke Littler, how much would we all be singing the praises of the likes of Thomas Banks?
95.
Who challenged Gerwyn Price on the UK Open stage, who played very well there. He's won on this stage here at the Super Series.
100.
You look at players like Ryan Branley, who was here not too long ago, 16-year-old, who played very well in his Group C campaign. Went on to play very well as well
26.
in the World Masters and at Q School.
Well, we've got a Rising Stars week, haven't we, in the middle of the year and around about August time. And it's going to be so interesting to see the players that are going to be picked for that. It's got to be under the age of 21, the players that are going to be invited to that. And that could be quite the week. This is quite the start for Henry Coates. Averaging just a shade under 115 here. After double after 12 in the previous leg. He's going to leave himself handily enough after a dozen darts here.
30. Henry
acting as a blocker there for Mason, unable to find his way into the treble.
Tops
36.
was for 2-0. Mason hasn't had a look at anything yet in this match, but he is going to have a go at the 150, which he isn't going to take out. And so Coates will come back looking at double top to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest.
Game Shauna's second
this
leg.
is such a good start. 30 darts for the first two legs. Henry Coates leads 2-0, averaging 100.2.
Third leg, it's Henry to throw first. Game on.
The other thing that stood out for me as well in terms of the way he went about his business yesterday was he came up to have a chat with us here, didn't he, in the studio following the completion of yesterday's action. And just the way he spoke and the real maturity for his age, I think really, really did shine, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like he's been here all his life. And exactly what I expected to see today from Henry Coates is a step up in performance. And normally at this stage, you would sort of look at it and go, we've been talking about Henry for two legs and we need to remember there's two players on the stage, but it kind of feels like there isn't right now. It's all about Henry Coates, who's completely dominating proceedings and averaging 41 points more than his opponent.
99. Henry requires
Start comparison.
170.
Doesn't even have to entertain it, and we'll never know whether he was going to.
87.
I mean, the thing that Mason's probably going to be hoping here
60.
is that Henry does this to everybody today. Because Henry's already out in front and it leaves everyone else to battle out for that second place, that second position. Currently Justin Smith
51.
looking at occupying that one, taking on Ultan McDyer in the next.
$82. Henry required
Feels like Henry's been
32.
able to have his own time to do whatever he wants in this contest.
Game shot on the third leg.
3-0
Henry
to the
Coates.
good.
Fourth leg. It's Mason to the row first. Game on. $100. 60. 40. 85.
Again, another factor we've got to put in here is the professional of Henry Coates, because Mason, let's be honest, he's struggled in this contest, and he'll be the first to admit that.
85.
But Henry's just going about his business as if Mason's not really on the stage. He's almost, you know, when they say playing your own game, this is probably the most literal example of it.
90.
He's almost playing his own score, and because Mason's struggling, it's almost been an irrelevance what he's done in this match.
Do you know what? We had a good chat, didn't we, early on with Mason? And it was quite
100.
interesting because there's so much you can decipher and unpack in regards to the way he looks at things and the way he talks about things. I mean, the first most glaring sign is he's very harsh and
134.
very critical of himself, isn't he, in regards to his performance? But also there's a lot of things that he says but then reins himself back in very quickly.
30. Henry
And
require
you
132.
just feel like there's quite a battle going on in the head.
Well, 132 was to win it.
51.
You sense if
Mason,
Whitlock's
you
going to
require
get anything out this match, he
146.
may have to take out the 146. He's not going to. Coach should get at least a stab at the bullseye here to
40.
complete a
Henry
comprehensive
require
4-0
81.
win. Average has gone down to about 93, but that's a total irrelevance. It's been such a good start.
61. Mason, you require 106.
Match start's been missed. 49 left. And it's going to be a dart in his hand, a double 16 for a tub plus checkout, and that is
74.
Mason Whitlock's first dart to the double
Henry
in this
require
game.
20.
Coates looking at double 10 to complete the job. Up for fives.
15.
He hasn't blinked at any
Mason,
point,
you
has he,
require
Henry Coates,
32.
until the finishing lines come in sight. One last start to extend the game.
16. Henry, you require
Maybe.
5.
The 4-0 was just inevitable.
Ah, the old double one, single one, double one. Well, that would
3.
have been some way to finish, and that wasn't too far off.
Mason, you require 16.
And
Game
Mason
shot of
Whitlock
fourth
is on
leg.
the
Mason
boards.
Whitlock.
Much to the frustration, as you could see in the background there from Henry Coates. But he does have the insurance policy here.
Fifth leg. It's
As
Henry
the
to the
18-year-old
first.
to vote
Game
for the
on.
match here. Combined age on the oddkey between these two of 39.
59.
Well, this is where learning is done.
100.
We hear a lot of times experience. This is it. When you miss those match starts, when you miss those opportunities, and you go all the way back to 501, can you brush it
140.
aside and continue? Experience is only something you get by doing.
28.
And he's doing quite well here, Henry Coates, just to brush aside that disappointment and get straight back to where he left off.
80.
It'll be a crucial 2 points. He'll put him at this present moment in time 4 clear. There is a guarantee that
100.
someone's going to rein him into within 2 in second position, but that's kind of an irrelevance for him because it's the top 2 that go through. So whatever happens here, if he
58.
wins this match, he will have a 4-point cushion on the player in third place at the end of the first round of fixtures. And even at this early stage of the day, that is a massive gap, because effectively,
59,
of the 4
and we
games, or
require
the 4 cycles of rounds
164.
that remain here, 2 of them would have to go against, and that's with an excellent legs difference. Does he go for the ball for the match? He does! And he wasn't too far
139.
away.
Fancied finishing with a bit of flash. Very brash, like it. He's got an opportunity now to pick the double of choice.
44, and we require 25.
Finally get over the line.
Double 8 for 4-1 win. It was a really good
Big
start.
shot,
Henry
and the
Coates
match,
with
Henry
a professional job to finish off Mason Whitlock. He moves on to 10 points in the group, 4 clear of the rest of the field. Justin Smith and Ultan McDyer follows next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Can
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Henry Coates got the better of Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Justin Smith takes on Ultan McDyer. It's our 3rd match of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The winner will move on to 8 points and within the cusp of a qualified position. Justin, 27 years old from Cardigan in Wales, winner of a week in Series 2, the Bearded Dragon. Up against Ultan McDyer, the 26-year-old from Castlebar in the Republic of Ireland. 6 points to his name on Thursday. Still in with a realistic chance of qualifying through to tomorrow night's finale here on the South Coast. And to do so on debut would be quite the achievement for the ADC qualifier from the Republic of Ireland. He qualified through the vault system in that part of the world. As for Justin Smith, well, he's looking to vault himself to the top of
First leg,
proceedings.
it's Justin to the
Well, the winner
first.
will be in a provisional qualifying
on.
position with 4 rounds left to play. Justin Smith has got the highest ceiling of the two, and I mean that with no disrespect to Ultan. But we have seen this week,
108.
Ultan, when he's raised his game, has raised it to a decent level, but Justin Smith has kicked off with a max.
I don't think it's just this fixture you can say Justin Smith's got the higher ceiling of the two. I think he's got the highest ceiling in the group. Certainly in regards to what we've seen here at the Super Series and out there on the PDC Challenge Tour, which is ultimately where the best are battling out over the Order of Merit system. Just not really happened for Justin Smith in regards to his consistency, but today's business day. Today is the day it matters. Get yourself that ticket to
81.
Saturday night.
Ticket to ride here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
Well, what a start this is from Justin Smith. He's left himself on 81 after just 9 darts here in this opening leg. Ultan's played okay in this leg,
41. Justin, you
Up until that
require
final dart.
81.
but there's nothing that realistically he could do when Justin Smith is firing on these types of cylinders. Double 18. Inside it goes.
63.
Now I'm gonna make a prediction here, Matt. When Justin Smith comes back, his first dart will be at a single 2.
You're not going to get good odds on that, I don't think.
60. Justin, you require
Definitely now.
18.
It's his constant
Yeah,
MO,
Charlotte
and it
first
constantly
leg,
works
Justin
for him.
Smith.
14 darter, the bearded dragon 1 up.
Second leg, it's Ultan to throw first. Game on. $60.
This is much more like it.
125.
Just looking at his mannerisms as well, he looks far more focused and switched on today than perhaps he has done at points this week too, Justin Smith.
Yeah, he's got to sustain that. That's the key here, sustainability.
122.
It's very easy when you're quite a flary player and it's not working to get distracted. We've seen that from him, the mannerisms, the body language. But right now, this is good.
140. $60. $121. $123. Justin, you require 115.
So 115 here for Smith to open up a 2-0 lead. This has been a real good start. He had a 14 darter in the first leg. Could have a potential 12 here. When he's hot, he
Yeah,
runs
shot on the
red hot.
second leg,
And that's
Justin
a 115 checkout. That's a 12 darter. And after 2 legs, Justin Smith is averaging
Third leg, it's
115.62.
Justin to the row first.
His 5th ton plus
Game
checkout as well of this campaign. 100, a 104, a 118, 100 for the match. And now the
128.
115 added to the list. Just like that game between Henry Coates and Mason
84.
Whitlock that we've just watched, it feels a little bit one-sided.
And Ultan's not really doing much wrong in this
100.
contest. The only problem he's got is decided to come up against Justin Smith when he's playing like this. But he had something similar yesterday, didn't he? Where he ran into Henry Coates in the opening
137.
game, averaged 85, didn't even get a double in that match. It feels like when he's playing well, his opponents are playing better.
57.
Well, he's 6 points over his daily average of what we saw yesterday, Ultan McDyer, and 5 points over the average of the group.
So would it be fair that the signs are that as this week's gone along, Ultan has improved?
Yeah, without a doubt. Acquitted himself well here on his Super Series bout.
100.
And he's still in contention here to qualify through this group, but Justin Smith could start to open up a gap, certainly if he's going to play like he is here. He's going to take some serious stopping.
97. Justin, you require
But
116.
his next game is against the man at the top of the table, Henry Coates.
Well, the 116 is going to join the 150, but he's left himself a double 8 if McDyer cannot find this 83. It's the ball. Oh, that's wonderful. Ultan McDyer has been at times a passenger in this contest, but when he got his first opportunity to win a leg, he makes no mistake of the bullseye. Credit has to go where credit's due. He's got a real good mental application, has Ultan McDyer. A never say die attitude, and he'll give it absolutely everything with every dart.
140. 60. 100.
Really good game this. Ultan averaging 95. Justin Smith 10 points higher than that.
128.
Players in contention today, and the players that you think are realistically in contention, really bringing their A game in this opening lap of fixtures.
Well, this is knockout stuff. It's now or never, isn't it? And there is a pre-evident danger,
81.
particularly after the first couple of legs of this match, where Henry Coates and Justin Smith could just run away with proceedings today. But Ultan McDyer, to his credit, had to survive a scare from Justin Smith to make it 3-0. But pinned the bullseye on the last leg to break the throw, and now he's had a really good leg on the darts and is 6 darts away from levelling this match up at 2 apiece. He's going to leave himself on tops after 12. This is his best performance so far up to press.
By a mile. When you needed it the most. Got to throw the dart first, Justin.
100.
May have looked downstairs with that last dart.
40.
120 would have been a significantly easier lead than the 119.
Game shot on the fourth
Not
leg.
that it's going to be a
Ultan
problem because the
McDyer.
game is back to level stakes.
Ultan McDyer working his way
Fifth
down
leg,
and working
it's
his way
Justin to
back
the
level in
reverse.
this match.
Game on. 140. 140.
We saw an amazing match last night in Group B between Shane McGurk and Brandon Weaning. And this
98.
game kind of has a similar feel and a similar tempo to that.
Ultan
Ultan McDyer here is making his move.
In Justin Smith Group A vibes here, where he plays well but doesn't get any reward.
140.
That is because Ultan McDyer has now touched 3-figure average for the first time this week. We're in the 5th leg. That is sustained quality here from the Irishman.
99. Justin, you require 123.
Is it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to open up a 3-2 lead? Yes, it is.
Game shot
It's
on
a
the fifth
second
leg,
tub plus
Justin
check out of the
Smith.
match there for Justin Smith, and he may just wrestle control of this match in his favour.
Sixth leg, it's Ultan to
Ultan
the
McDyer
reverse.
was sat on 82
Game
to
on.
move in front for the first time in this contest, but Justin Smith has bolted the door shut.
So ironic, isn't it? A double that Justin Smith's avoided at all costs. The double 9
63.
has just come to his rescue when he needed it the most. McDyer really challenging the Justin Smith throw. He found the maximum. He found a great leg.
100.
And ultimately, that's where you get that disappointment where you've done nothing wrong. You don't even get a chance to get the job done and get that breaker throw.
43.
This is performance of the week territory here for Justin Smith, and I don't just mean for Justin Smith. I mean
140.
for everybody that we've seen so far.
$60.
Well, this
$60.
prior to that visit was 110 average to Justin Smith. The best this week, 108.62 last night from Brandon Weaning. If Smith can complete this leg in the next couple of visits, then he
100.
may well break that particular territory.
60. $100. Justin, you require 141.
Well, that tongue counted Ultan McDyer onto a finish there.
83. Ultan, you require 135.
On 3-5 for 3-3. Smith lurking on 58 if this does not go.
$47.
So this for the
Justin,
match.
you require 58.
And to wrap up what has been a really good display. Couple of tub plus checkouts. A monster average.
Game shot.
Justin
and the match.
Smith playing
Justin
the type
Smith.
of darts we know he is capable of. Average just under 104. A couple of tub plus checkouts. And he has moved himself on to 8 points. And he has said to the rest of the field that he is here to get the job done today. Smith 4, McDyer 2. Coming up after the break, it is Mason Whitlock against Luke Smith. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Justin Smith got the better of Ultan McDyer by 4 legs to 2. But now we see round 2 of the day get underway. Match 4 about to start as Luke Smith and Mason Whitlock go toe-to-toe here at the superb
First leg,
live
it's
lounge
Mason
in
to the row
Portsmouth.
first. Game on.
Well, it's going to be Mason to get us underway, and he's going to have to find something because the first match of his day, from his own admission, was below par.
140.
Yeah, it was, but there's still plenty of time for Mason. He'll still feel he's got an opportunity and a chance here, and he's going up against a player who has yet to win on that Super Series stage, which may
96.
just give him that little bit of confidence in which he may need.
$36.
For Luke, he probably would have felt that that was his first
59.
big opportunity to have crossed the line in a Super Series game. There was an opportunity there against Patrick Dekker. But I do wonder
45.
with Luke whether, and we've mentioned this before, and look, he's qualified for this twice. Takes a lot of ability to do that on 2 separate occasions. So we know that there's a player in there. But I can imagine the
59.
longer it goes on, the longer it can become perhaps a psychological thing because you tried so hard because you want to get that win, obviously.
100. $27. $21.
I don't think he thought that out too well.
$60.
Well, still 6 starts despite the slight mathematical mishap in his previous turn.
45.
You got the feeling, didn't you, after the first lap of fixtures, that this was a game that was going to be littered with opportunities. It's just going to be who's going to take them. There are points to be had here.
96.
That's where Luke Smith
Mason,
really
you
was
require 140.
very good in that opening game. Always finding a treble or 2 in that scenario where he can leave himself on something quite handy.
40.
Mason Whitlock,
Luke,
despite
you
starting
require
with a 140,
104.
after 21 darts, is still yet to get down.
Luke Smith must think in this game, if I could just keep chipping away, the chances should come. And he's got a chance here at the 104 to nick this first leg.
Game
Well,
shot
that's a
of
moment of
first leg,
quality
Luke
from
Smith.
Luke Skywalker. Smith one up. He gets the break with a 104 out.
Second leg, it's Luke to the row
Forget
first.
lightsaber. The
Game on.
emergency lights will be flashing in the mind of Mason Whitlock.
$41. $43. $60. $60.
The key thing to remember here is this game's still very vital in the
43.
campaign of Mason Whitlock. A win here would put him into contention. Keep his tabs on the places on the top of the table.
140.
He's desperately fighting, trying to find something today to keep himself in the running.
$84.
Whitlock here has narrowly taken the darts. Treble here leaves him on a finish. Does exactly that.
100.
Smith has to reply with a couple.
$57. Mason, you require 158.
So 6 on 158 to level up at 1-1. We're going to have 2-ton plus finishes in this game.
139.
Long way off there with that one. He'll probably now be wishing he just laid that one up. So he came back with 3 darts in hand at the double. Well, he may get that luxury still yet.
41.
Luke Smith not yet down to a
Mason,
finish.
you require 19.
Mason Whitlock had his throw broken in the opening leg. Could break straight back in leg number 2.
Game shot on the second leg. Mason
Well,
Whitlock.
it's not been all glory in regards to the scoring, but the doubles have been good.
Third leg. It's Mason to throw first. Game on.
1-1 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which will open its doors tomorrow night for the
58.
finals. The 4th finals night of Series 8. The winner of the week.
60.
We'll join Alex Small, Sam Spivey and Jensen Walker at Champions Week.
58.
And it is a Champions Week, Matt, that is littered with opportunity. We said it at the beginning of the week, but I cannot remember a Champions Week, even at this early stage, being as open as
60.
potentially this one could be.
Yeah, I agree. Opportunity. And when we look at what's going to happen this week as well, you know, we've no Richie Howson's there, but that's all we know so far. We've got
96.
another young player in Henry Coates who looks like he's got 1 foot through the door. There's a chance tonight we may even lose the WDF World Champion Shane McGurk, who's sort of in the
42.
final qualifying position as things stand.
Probably need to kick up the backside this evening prior to the action getting underway.
134.
Even a 180 here for Luke Smith would not be able to leave a finish. So Mason Whitlock, guaranteed 6 starts. He's starting to go through the gears now, putting some points on the
6.
average, starting
Mason,
to
you
find
require
a lot more
155.
consistency in and around the treble bed. Certainly to the level that is required for this fixture.
Glanced over a look at the score
170.
of Luke Smith and then still decided to go for it.
I think he was just checking to make sure it was the double 19 of which he required. Just missed the double 19 for the 158, then misses it again
96.
for the
Mason, you require
155. But
38.
going through the gears, as we mentioned, starting to look a lot more like the player we know he's capable of being.
22.
Leaves the target that he used to break the throw of Luke Smith in the last leg.
97.
Nice pick off with the last.
Mason, you require 16. No score.
So
you
Luke Smith here's got a
require
break chance,
86.
and if he gets this, the first 3 legs of this match would have all gone against throw. He had the 104 to win the opening leg. Oh, he's not going to get a look at the bullseye, though.
He's not happy about that. Another missed opportunity here for Luke Smith.
36.
Mason Whitlock's had
Mason, you
plenty of time to
require
get this leg
16.
done, but you feel this might be his last chance to take the lead for the first time across the board.
Game shot on the third leg.
He
Mason
won't be happy
Whitlock.
with the way he's playing, but he'll be delighted with the scoreline right now. That's the most important thing. Sometimes you can get
Fourth
yourself
leg,
bogged
it's
down
Luke
with
to throw
performance. I
first.
want to go and put on a
Game
show. I want to go and produce my best darts. But sometimes you don't need your best darts. Sometimes you just need the points. You need the wins. Because if later on in the day
43.
his best starts start to come, but he hasn't ground out these results, it'll mean nothing. Sometimes you've got to do the hard miles and the
96.
graft.
$100. 100.
Lovely pick off again there. Just starting to find, as we mentioned, that consistency now. Picking off the one treble a shot. That would be enough, you feel, here. Just need to
41.
find that big heavy artillery of the maximums and the 140s. Just one treble a shot.
And this is the matchcraft, isn't it, coming into play here?
84.
You know you're not playing well, but your opponent isn't playing well either. Just do what you need to do to get the job done, to get the points on the board. The performances will look after itself if the points look after itself.
I mean, there is that thing. Everyone wants to go up there, always wants to play well, always wants to average 100, but sometimes you've got to recognise the moment and the battle that you're in at the time and sort of just adapt when it's not happening. Just go, right, how can I keep this simple? If I could just hit one treble a time, 33% of my targets, I'm going to be able to get through this one.
$98.
Well, Smith first to finish in this leg, but how handy can Whitlock leave this?
$96.
Picks off a
Luke, you
treble,
require
leaves himself on a
136.
two-darter. But Luke Smith, as I mentioned, has already had a ton plus checkout to his name in this match. He's not going to find another, is he? No. Not on this particular occasion. But there would have been a bit of him that would have fancied the job after that
82.
first dart, went
Mason,
into
you
the treble
require
there.
78.
But he's forced Whitlock to take this out. And he's only going to get a dart at tops. Dart that's in the way.
38.
And so Luke Smith's
you
got a chance to
require
level up here.
54.
Double 10, one left in hand.
34.
go.
Mason, you require
This is the chance for
40.
Mason Whitlock to gain control, break the throw here. It's only going to be one more. Is that double 8 again?
24.
What an opportunity
Luke,
that
you
was for a
require
bit of
20.
comfort here against Luke Smith. He'd have had the darts in 2 of the remaining legs if he needed them. Luke Smith looking to continue this battle.
No score.
He's battling with himself there,
Mason, you
snatching at
require
that dart.
16.
No release, no fluency. Full on tension there.
No score. Luke, you
Well,
require
we saw a leg like
20.
this yesterday evening, didn't we, between Shane McGurk and Kelvin O'Keefe, and we're having something of a similar proportion here. Up for fives. In it goes,
Gets on a full
2-2.
flag, Luke Smith. Fifth flag, it's Mason to throw first.
The
Game
main
on.
thing for Mason is, although that was a bit of a damaging blow, he still has the advantage of throwing first.
24.
Luke Smith needs to find a break. Time is running out here now. Essentially just a best of 3.
45. $134.
Mason would move on to 8 points of a win in this particular contest. Would put him back into the mix, and despite playing nowhere near his
140.
best in this match, it would still give him a route possibly through to finals night tomorrow evening.
85. $85.
Well, that switch means he can't leave a finish now,
93.
but he can grind it down. A few mathematical errors, hasn't they, in the armoury of Mason Whitlock?
76. $83. Luke, you require 155.
Treble 19, double 19. Not on the menu this time from Luke Smith. And so Whitlock 82 to move 3-2 to the good.
80. Mason, you require 82.
You feel like a combination shot like that would have sparked him to life, but he couldn't even find the
42.
single number. Maybe
You
the same
require
equation
75.
now hands itself to Luke Smith. A little combination shot here. Single, single to double. I think he's working this out wrong.
.49 score, 26 left. The double 13
62.
goes
Mason, you
inside.
require
Whitlock
40.
looking at tops to lead this game 3-2.
$20.
Mason Whitlock now
Luke, you
2
require
for
13.
19 on the doubles. It's 13 lucky for Luke.
He's working this out
No,
completely
isn't it?
wrong.
Oh,
Mason, you require 20.
that's incredible. 40 wanted double forward, double three was the end result. Mason Whitlock looking at double 10 here.
No score.
This is all
Luke, you
very, very
require
messy. Missed doubles
13.
from Mason, miscounting from Luke Smith. It all went wrong really from the 16, didn't it? When he ended up throwing at the 16 rather than the 18.
No
He's
score.
now missing the single numbers.
Mason, you require 20.
Craziness here at the Super Series.
Game shot on
Well,
the
let's
fifth
forget that leg
Mason
ever
Whitlock.
happened, shall we? 3-2 Whitlock. I think both players will want to forget
Sixth
about
leg,
what
it's
happened
Luke
there.
to
One of them
reverse.
legs. It's happened,
Game
hasn't
on.
it, before? We will decompartmentalise from it.
It was nearly one of the greatest finishes you've ever seen in a way because
60.
he missed the single 16, hitting the double 16. And had he actually hit what he's throwing at with the single 16, he wouldn't have had a dart at a double. Actually, by missing what he threw at, it gave him a shot at the double
100.
13.
$100.
Now, when you're involved in a game like this one, Matt, can you try harder if you get what I mean?
46.
Because you know that you're struggling, your opponent's struggling, and you're trying to snap yourself out of a rut.
You almost get to the point where you want it to end, to the point where you even
59.
don't mind if your opponent starts hitting something because you just want to get off the stage. It does become a very lonely place, but ultimately you've just got to, and it's easy to say when you're sat in a chair like I am watching it, you've just got to focus on the big picture. The big picture right now is get the 2 points because you know no two games are the same. Next game you could come up, average 90, everything looks rosy, but you have to have those
36.
points on the board in order to make it count when you do find your best.
87.
Well, picks off a treble there with the last start to leave himself a 1-2-8. What can Luke do with the one with the 2-4-6?
85.
Seems
Mason,
so
you
down
require
to a finish.
128.
But how long does Mason need to take this out? 20 missed darts at a double so far in this game from Mason alone.
44. Luke, you require
So Luke Smith,
161.
to take us all the way, isn't going to take out 161.
41. Mason, you require 84.
To end it, double 12. It's a win for Mason
shot
Whitlock.
and the
He gets the
match,
better
Mason
Luke Smith
Whitlock.
by 4 legs to 2. It moves him onto 8 points in the group, and just behind Justin Smith in the group, Patrick Dekker, Ultan McDyer is next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Mason Whitlock beat Luke Smith by 4-2. Patrick Dekker and Ultan McDyer is next up for us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Game 5 of 15 in this afternoon spectacle. We'll be back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B comes to a culmination. Then all eyes will be on the Saturday night showdown here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where so far it's been so good for Henry
First
Coates.
leg,
Won his
it's
first
Patrick to the row
match
first. Game on.
and played impressively well. And you have to say, on the basis of play, he's been the standout performer of the day. For Patrick Dekker, he won his first match. McDyer lost his first match, but it's fair to say that Ultan McDyer played by far the better darts of the pair in the opening round.
Oh, if they replicate the
45.
performance as we saw in lap number 1, McDyer wins this at a canter. He was very, very good in his game against Justin Smith. Playing to a level that we've not really seen from him yet this week. He's shown flashes, he's shown glimpses, but never really put
43.
together a performance like we saw in that one. And now that we've seen it, it's about replication. About repeating that performance.
45.
Both these two making their debut in this competition were with us from Group A onwards.
100.
Now, Patrick Dekker yesterday was much improved on what we've seen in terms of the week. Average of the day for him of 81.07 was 12 of
138.
34 in terms of the finishing, 35% all told. Had his best performance of the week, or one of his best
42.
performances of the week yesterday. Averaged 94.87 and a 4-3 success against Justin Smith. That included a strike rate of 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling.
82.
So had 7 ton plus checkouts for the week.
40. $60.
These are two players that have shown us a high ceiling, but have also, I suppose, typically of a qualifier for the ADC, have shown the ability that warrants them to be here, but maybe also sometimes haven't quite found that consistent level that they would like. Dekker 6 and 1-3-1 for the opening leg.
And that's the game. I've come across a million players in my time who can hit a 15 darter, can hit a 12 darter, can hit a 180. It's how often can you do it is what separates the players.
59. Patrick, you require
Is that can you do it on a cold Wednesday night in Stoke mentality, isn't it? Double 16 for Patrick Dekker.
16.
Doesn't go, and so Ultan McDyer will come back for the 120
120
to get the break and to lead this game by a leg to 0. So
45.
Dekker will
Patrick,
come
you
back
require
for
32.
32 to take out the first leg of this contest. Well, that came in and came out again.
No score.
That
Ultan, you
doesn't find
require
the target
75.
either, and so McDyer will come back here looking at 75 to take out this opening leg and to get the break of throw in it. Double top, doesn't go.
35.
Dekker comes
Patrick,
back
you
looking at
require
double 16
32.
to take a 1-0 lead. Okay, double, bit cheeky, Pat.
Game shot on the
But it
first
works.
leg. Patrick Dekker.
Dekker 1 up.
Second leg. It's Ultan to
Telling
the
himself
first.
to focus. He shakes
Game
his
on.
head towards the camera. He's not playing like he knows he can here. But this is the strange thing about it.
100.
He could play way below what we know is his par, but still come out of this with 2 wins and 2. The whole writing averages on trophy thing comes into play again, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Never gone into the bank and tried to cash a check and say, but before we do this, we need to know what did you average
121.
this game. Thank you, Mr. Edgar.
They don't write averages on trophies. Mind you, they don't often write Matthew Edgar on trophies either.
140.
Not bother about the trophy. Just take the money. There we go. Have a bit of that.
$108.
Maxi there for McDyer, beginning to make a push in this second leg. It's left to ton after 9
Ultan, you require 100.
to level up at 1 apiece.
$60. $65. Ultan, you require 40.
So tops for level match. Double 10.
Game shot on the
14
second
darter.
leg.
That's a bit
Ultan
better for
McDyer.
Ultan McDyer. And we have a level contest at 1 apiece.
It's a
Third
lot
leg,
better. A
it's
significant
Patrick to the
improvement there
first.
from leg 1 to leg
Game
2.
on.
Patrick Dekker going out in 24. McDyer going out in 14, but He's going to need to find something like that, you feel, on the Patrick Dekker darts.
140.
Who, when he does play like this, Patrick Dekker, when he plays with just that trust, that fluency, that rhythm, just lets the arm come through, gets to play with a little bit more pace, it all seems to go a little bit better for him.
40. $134. $82. $100.
Well, Dekker has left himself on a finish after 9 darts in this leg.
59. Patrick, you require 127.
Doesn't have to chase around. He's got time on his side.
57. $135.
That's a bit more like it for Ultan. Doesn't
Patrick,
leave
you
him on a
require
finish.
70.
Dekker looking at 70 to re-establish his lead. He's looking at tops here. Well, that's a
Edge on
15
the
darter
third
on the
leg,
back of the
Patrick
14
Dekker.
from Ultan McDyer in the leg before. Possibly after
Fourth
what was
leg,
a
it's Ultan to the row first.
lackluster start to the
Game
match,
on.
we may well be going through the gears. Certainly likes a good facial. I'll tell you what, he'd make a good mime artist, wouldn't he, Patrick Dekker?
100.
You know, like in the old silent films of the 1920s. You know, when they do all the miming actions and then you have the words Charlie Chaplin-esque straight after. I reckon Patrick could do a very proficient job of that.
55.
I can see it with the piano-like music and, you know. Yeah, I can see that.
$81. $140.
Well, you said at the start of the day, Patrick Dekker may need to go through the card and win
115.
every single one of his games. He's on course for that still at the moment. But he does have those big players still to play. Justin Smith, who played exceptional in his opening game, 103 average. And Henry Coates, who's just looked so brilliant and consistent throughout the campaign.
$85. Patrick, you require 170.
170 plays 120, and it's Dekker with first poke. Won't be done on this particular occasion.
45. Ultan, you require 120.
And so McDyer looking at 120 to level this game up at 2 apiece. Not to be this time, and so Dekker hasn't really put a large shaped hole
80.
in the
Patrick, you
big
require
fish.
125.
Only left himself on 125 here. McDyer on top to level us up. Unless Dekker could find another big out, but he's not going to do so this time around. We've already seen a
49.
1-2-3 from
Ultan, you
Justin Smith today.
require
It's the biggest fish
40.
we have seen so far in this session. McDyer double top to square this match up. One left.
20. Patrick, you require 76.
Does not go. And so Dekker here back for 76 to open up a 3-1 advantage. 16 leaves double top. Double top it is. Double
Edge
top
on the
it's got.
fourth leg.
And Patrick
Dekker.
Dekker is beginning to flex his muscles. 3-1 up. And letting everybody know
Fifth leg,
that
it's
he is
Patrick to
in
the row
command of the
first.
match.
Game on. 140.
Well, he's just beginning to make his move, Patrick. Got the break in the last 140 start there. Forces the issue of Ultan McDyer.
140.
Remember, had an opportunity. He beat Justin Smith for the opener, move on to 8 points and into second. If he loses this, he's fifth. With 3 players 2 points above him. He's not out of it, but he's got a lot of work to do. But he does take on Mason Whitlock in his next match.
82.
He kind of hopes now that Henry Coates just goes a bit berserk and he beats Justin Smith in the next. Don't let Henry Coates be somebody to worry about. Let him stretch gear. Let him be somebody that could do you favours further along the line. That is how the dynamic of this group looks like now.
You just let him cut adrift, do his job. Patrick Dekker certainly doing his. And again, just when he plays that little bit of extra pace, finds something special here to leave himself on the ice cream finish.
59. Patrick, you require 99.
Well, this would be some way to seal it. Triple 18 was the location for Dart 2.
59.
That kind of is the requirement there. That was a bonus shot. That was a free shot that he had due to the fact of hitting that maximum. McDyer needs to find a couple of trebles here, or Patrick Dekker's going to have comfort and time to cross the line.
100. Patrick, you require 40.
It's tots for the match for Patrick Dekker. Double 10.
20.
Would have sealed back-to-back wins,
Ultan, you
but
require
McDyer comes back for 142. Doesn't go. Dekker back for double 10.
118.
For
Patrick,
a
you
4-1
require
victory,
20.
which will put him on to 8 points in the group. One more. Doesn't
15.
go. And
Ultan,
McDyer
you
is
require
back
24.
to extend this game furthermore. Is there more legs to be had in this match? One more, double 6 to take
Edge
us
on
to
a
leg
fifth
6.
leg. Ultan McDyer.
Relief more than anything else for the
Sixth
Irishman.
leg.
Keeps
It's
himself
Ultan
in the
to
game
first.
and
Game
puts
on.
the match back on throw.
Well, he had 3 visits from 99. The work looked like it was done. The job had been done when he found the second maximum of this
99.
game. Now looks to the heavens, trying to find some form of composure to go again.
125.
That's a touch of quality, that is, after a big setback like that, to be able to recover, certainly after that big 5 as well. A lot of air on that, a lot
43.
of shoulder on that shot.
Conjuring up what he can possibly conjure up.
$60.
Game 5 of 15 today.
59.
Henry Coates and Justin Smith will round off the second round of fixtures. Why it's so important for Patrick here to seal victory in this match, just to keep himself in play, keep himself on 8 points, because there is a possibility that everyone could be landlocked on that figure, or Justin Smith could open up a bit of an advantage on the rest.
140.
Making a bit of a move here, Ultan McDyer. Showing some really good quality as well. Not laying down, not just accepting his fate.
$40.
Well, that is pierced right through the
Ultan,
flight,
you
that.
require 160.
Look at it. It's gone all the way through. Well, McDyer here's got 6 starts to
78.
give us a last leg decider. And he leaves himself on 82 to do exactly that.
$140.
Beautiful
You
setup play
require
there from
82.
Patrick Dekker. Asks the question of McDyer. And based on the reaction we saw after winning the last leg, if he does take this out, we may see an ultimate reaction to sevens.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Ultan McDyer.
You enjoyed that. It's a game that's been played in great spirit.
7th
These
and
two really have
final
got along
leg.
with one
It's
another this
Patrick
week.
to throw first. Game on.
Felt sorry for Paul Jack having that in his way. Having that celebration in his face. It's because he's left-handed. I'm a lefty too. So naturally where you would turn is
60.
to the side which is opposite the camera, which Patrick Dekker's become best friends with.
When have you ever won a leg? But that was a big
60.
leg, that, though, from McDyer. Patrick Dekker found a big 140, left himself handy, was hoping for an opportunity to come back. You just knew that reaction was coming as well, didn't you, from McDyer? Imagine what it would be
41.
like if he can turn this one around and play himself into contention in this group. The invitation is there. No treble found in the opening 6 from Patrick Dekker.
93.
You could almost argue this is pretty much a playoff. The loser of this leg probably isn't going to go through from this point onwards. Their Super Series hopes all lie on one leg of darts.
139.
The testosterone levels are starting to show themselves on stage as well, aren't they, right now? I think whoever wins this one may be
58.
doing a little bit of flexing.
And you've got to remember the context. This is the biggest thing that either of these two have played in their career before. So there's no surprise whatsoever that they're giving it everything and they're feeling everything and they're enjoying and
100.
celebrating everything. But it's Dekker who is first to a finish in this deciding leg.
100. Patrick, you require 161.
161 for Patrick Dekker. Down we go for treble 17.
97.
He'll be content with that. It wasn't the perfect scenario, but it's content. You know, it's just a couple of singles away from a double.
67. Patrick, you require 64.
For the match, Patrick Dekker looks at 64. 16. Well, 8 leaves tops. Tops for the match.
44. Ultan, you require 123.
We've seen this finish go once already. Justin Smith took it out earlier on, and it was against Ultan McDyer. What a complete turnaround it would be if McDyer can take it for the match. For a comeback victory here against Patrick Dekker. Won't get a dart. He's now got a hope for
55.
opportunities.
Patrick, you require
Patrick Dekker's doubles have
20.
not been good. 3 from 18.
This an opportunity to move on to 8 points and to effectively end his opponent's hopes of making it through. Double 7, but he can't believe that it strayed as high as it did. It was just off the camera shot.
6.
Patrick Dekker's missed the
Ultan,
chance
you
to effectively
require
eliminate Ultan
68.
McDyer. The Irishman's got the chance to do the exact opposite, to keep him in play and to probably send his opponent packing in terms of qualification. He's going to get 1. That 1 is at tops.
28.
And that 1 isn't found. Both players have had
Patrick, you
match darts
require
in this
14.
game. Dekker to deliver the victory. Looking down at double 7 now. Ultan shakes his head. Patrick stares down the double 7. Goes inside, and so McDyer's going to get another opportunity to win
No
this
score.
game on double top.
Ultan, you require 40.
Expect a reaction should this go. his hopes of getting through this group rely heavily on this moment.
Double top.
Game shot.
And it's a
and the
win
match,
for Ultan McDyer. Puts his hands up by way of apology. He keeps himself in the race for qualification place into Saturday night's final. He beats Patrick Dekker, who had a handful of match darts in that match. McDyer wins by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, it is Henry Coates up against Justin Smith. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to Pluto TV. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Ultan McDyer got the better of Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 3. Our 6th game sees Henry Coates and Justin Smith go toe-to-toe on the Super Series stage. And I get the feeling, Matt, the way that these two have kick-started the day, this could be the game of the day, because Justin averaged 103.77, had a couple of tub plus checkouts in his match against Ultan McDyer. Henry Coates was very comfortable against Mason Whitlock, but the early indications were very, very good.
Yeah, I think it goes beyond what we've seen today. I think we'd have said this yesterday. I think we'd have said this before a dart was thrown, that this is the highlight of this group.
20.
As you mentioned, Justin's probably the player in this group
96.
that's got the highest ceiling. Henry's somebody that we're really learning as we see him. We know what he's capable of. We've seen it across JDC, across
60.
PDC Youth, across the World Masters format. We're really watching him develop in front of the cameras here, whereas Justin is,
100.
he is tried, tested, proven here. He's won a week. He's done other things. He's won challenge tours in his career.
46.
We expect bigger things of him than we do perhaps a large chunk, a large
97.
portion of players that we see in this building.
I think it's just the raw talent, isn't it, that he's got? It's just exciting. It's easy to watch, and
100.
you always feel
Justin, you
there's just a
require
little bit more in
148.
there.
Just like this.
128.
Had 2 top price checkouts in his first match, was within the width for a while, taking out the 148.
And he's serving it up to him here on Henry
6.
Coates' darts.
Justin, you require 20.
Henry will probably be looking over his shoulder to see where the danger's coming from,
Game shot
and
of first leg.
probably
Justin
only
Smith.
thinking Justin Smith's the only one really that can rival him on the evidence of what we've seen so far. So
Second leg, it's
for
Justin
Henry, if
to
he
the
gets
first.
this one won,
Game
I
on.
feel like it'll be job done. He'll be over the line.
57. 60. 100. 100. 60. 85. 57. 46.
Well, Smith here got the break in the opening leg. He's now looking to affirm that advantage in leg 2 with the darts in his
60.
hand. But only a 60 there has opened up the door here for Henry.
98. Justin, you require 167.
167 was on offer, but on now for Justin Smith.
56. Henry, you require 112. 52. Justin, you require 111.
111 here for Smith. It's double top.
91. Henry,
It
you
doesn't
require
go, so
60.
coach comes back for 60 to equalise this match back up.
Game
Level
shot
he
of
will,
second
one
leg.
apiece.
Henry Coates.
That gets frustrating, that as well, for Justin Smith, who would have felt he did a lot of
Third
the work
leg,
in the
it's
opening
Henry
leg,
to the
getting the
reverse.
breaker throw,
Game on.
and then handing it straight back to the table topper.
97.
I feel like you've done the hard work, then you've got to go do it all again. I suppose that's the danger of playing those little mini games and battles within the big picture.
57.
And you can certainly see what's happened over the last few games has had a lag over effect on these
40.
two. Had very good first performances. It just feels like a game, or feels like a day, shall I say, where it just
60.
feels as if the harder people try, the harder things get for them.
85.
It feels very tentative, feels very edgy. And at times, if we're going to be really honest, the quality is lacked.
100. 99. 58. 126.
That leaves Coates on 54. Much better visit there to get himself in front for the first time in the match.
80. Henry require 54.
Might he replace that flight? Coates looks at tops. Double
Gets
10,
on the
puts
third
in
leg,
2-1 to
Henry
the goods.
Coates. Fourth flag, it's Justin to the row first. Game on. $100. $140. $41. $45.
This is the final game in lap number 7.
140.
Henry Coates could have a 4-point lead in a qualifying place if he is to complete the job here against Justin Smith. With just 3 laps of fixtures to go, 6 more points out there to go and get.
140. Henry
It would
require
start to become one of those
136.
situations where if you are a Henry Coates follower,
82.
you best
Justin,
start booking your
require
tickets.
80.
Double 10.
Game
We
shot
have
on
a
the
level
fourth
game.
flag.
It's
Justin
2-2.
Smith.
Justin Smith isn't going to let up in this contest.
Fifth flag, it's Henry to the row first. Game on. $45. $57. $84. $57.
The context of this game is huge. If Henry Coates wins this, as Matt Rodney says, he opens up a 4-point lead on everybody else, and it'd just then be 6 points left to play for. But if Justin Smith can win this, then there is an intriguing
95.
dynamic, because the top two would be on 10 points, and there'd be a 2-point gap between them, both Ultan McDyer and Mason Whitlock, respectively.
81.
And then the next round of fixtures sees Ultan and Mason playing the first of those matches, and that would effectively, you feel, be like a eliminator chamber for the pair.
96.
Before then, Coates takes on Luke Smith and Justin Smith takes on Patrick Dekker, the bottom 2 players in this group.
57. $108.
Great time in there, Justin Smith, to leave himself on one of his favourite targets, a double 80. He is going to come back for it as well after a very tightly packed 180.
Justin, you require 16.
Opportunity to do the hard
Gets on
job
the
once
fifth
again. He's
leg,
got
Justin
the breaker
Smith.
throw against the table topper. Justin Smith a leg away,
Sixth
putting
leg,
himself
it's
into a
Justin to
good
the
position
row
here.
first. Game on.
How the table can dramatically flip-flop.
134. $60.
Not the right time for Henry Coates to come up dry. Justin Smith kicking on now,
100.
racing towards the finishing line. Oh, that's quality. That is absolutely world class there from Henry Coates, who was just starting to lose touch in this leg, which meant he was starting to lose touch in the match.
85. $55.
Well, Justin Smith here has got 6 starts for the match on 182. And suddenly, when it looked like Coates was coasting,
65.
we could have a completely different dynamic in play. Smith, who had a couple of ton plus checkouts in his previous match, has threatened a
96.
couple of top
Just when
plus
you
outs
require
in this one.
117.
Has an opportunity to get the job done with this 117. He's going to get a look at double top to win it with a flourish and to win it in style. And Justin Smith will join Henry Coates on 10 points in Group C. Suddenly, there are two players at the top that the rest of the field are trying to shoot down. Justin Smith beats Henry Coates by 4 legs to 2. That's the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, Ultan McDyer against Mason Whitlock.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. This is how the league table looks after 6 matches of 15 here on this Friday afternoon of the Live Lounge report of Henry Coates and Justin Smith, both top of the table on 10 points. Ultan McDyer and Mason Whitlock a couple of points behind Patrick Dekker on 6. Luke Smith had a win to his name. Game 7 sees McDyer and Whitlock, players in positions 3 and 4, going head-to-head. And you get the sense that this is a somewhat of a shootout between these two. The winner will move on to 10. They will move level with Henry and Justin in the group.
It's Ultan to the row
The
first.
loser, you probably
Game
feel, is going to be out of the equation. There's a sense of knockout darts here at the Live Lounge reports of it is McDyer to get us underway.
100.
Knockout darts are both.
Mason Whitlock's really sort of struggled so far today, hasn't he? But that is one of those things where you've got to go, it's in the past, it's round robin darts, let's get back to it, and I'm still in with an opportunity. And we're talking about that during those games, wasn't we, where Mason Whitlock really was struggling. We said, well, there's no point in getting to the situation where you start to produce your best darts and you're out of the running. He's still in with a chance. He's still in touching distance of a qualifying place. Big clash.
58. $99. $136.
Set up there for Mason. Leads himself for 167.
$81. Mason, you require 167.
Deflection there, costing McDyer an opportunity to get to a finish, meaning Whitlock's now got 6 darts here.
58.
Making the most of the freebie visit there, still leaving himself lots of work to do.
$65. Mason, you require 109. $79. Ultan, you require 97.
Miscounted. That
95.
triple 18 would have left double 17, and so now he's left himself on the madhouse.
Mason, you require 30.
Well, the pair can smile about it. Holton can't believe it. Whitlock's got a free reprieve here.
Game
And
shot on the
takes it.
first leg. Mason
No wonder he
Whitlock.
was smiling there. Not the first time we've seen that either, is it, today? The miscount, the shot. He's still trying to work
Second
it out.
leg, it's Mason to throw first.
And I think the worst thing is,
Game on.
for him and his psyche, is he actually hit it. That must be the sickening part. You think you won the leg, you've celebrated it, and you haven't got it.
57. $83. $93. $121. $42.
If this game all goes with holds a throw now, McDyer's going to feel sick. That he lost his throw in that style. But this is a good reaction. This is a good response.
140.
He could have so easily folded here, Ultan McDyer, on the back of what happened in that previous leg. But there's one thing that he has got, is really good mental
99.
application. If there's a
Ultan, you
setback, he'll
require
try his best to
157.
find a way out of it. There's a
99.
player to be had there in Ultan. I just think maybe a little bit of fine-tuning when he gets back home, playing regular competitions. I think there is something there. He's shown that at points this week.
Ultan, you require 58.
Just maybe some fine-tuning to take it to the
Game
next
shot on
level.
the
That's the
second
next
leg.
level
Ultan
leg.
McDyer.
14 data, 1-1.
This time he's
Third
hit it.
leg, it's Ultan to throw first.
But it actually counts as
Game
a
on.
leg. He's hit the full required score. Almost that moment has spurred him on a little bit, hasn't it?
108.
Stepping it up significantly here. That is 5th maximum of the group. No surprise to know the biggest maximum hitter of this group is Henry Coates. He's at 13. 180s across his 7 matches. He'll be up next, taking on the man at the bottom of the table, Luke Smith.
96.
Well, we saw from Ultan in his game against Justin Smith, he averaged 93, or just under 93 and a half, but was beaten by Justin Smith, who averaged 10 points in excess of that. So we have seen a very good level from Ultan today. Take the second match of his session out of proceedings. The levels have been much better, and he's beginning to go through those particular levels here, and Mason Whitlock has not got a response.
85. $100. 96. Ultan, you
That's the
require
question, didn't we? If
68.
McDyer would be able to sustain that sort of level or repeat that level of performance he played in game number 1. Well, he's stepping it up even more here.
Game shot on the third leg.
So much better.
Ultan
14
McDyer.
followed by 15. And after what happened in leg 1, he has responded tremendously. 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Mason to throw
Yeah,
first.
good touch of quality here
Game
from McDyer. Really trying to keep himself in the mix-up in regards to those top positions.
41.
The danger is, though, that Justin Smith is probably the most likely player he's going to be
25.
looking at chasing down, and Justin Smith's remaining fixtures are Patrick Dekker, Mason Whitlock and Luke Smith, which are the 3 players in the bottom half of the table.
44.
Henry Coates plays Luke Smith and Patrick
26.
Dekker, who are the bottom 2, and then plays McDyer in the last. He's going to need one of those top 2 players to make a slip somewhere.
90. $63. $77. $82. $47. $57.
Mason here, 6 starts and 202 to level up at 2-2.
$95. $140.
Well, this leg
Mason,
at an
you
even
require
kilter.
107.
Whitlock 107. And of course for trouble 16.
51.
To give himself
Ultan, you require
up at
108.
tops. McDyer looking at 108 for the break and a 3-1 advantage in this match. And he's going to get a dart for it. And that dart will be a double 16.
$92.
Inside, and so Whitlock
Mason, you require
has
56.
an equalisation opportunity. Two-two.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Whitlock
Mason Whitlock.
back on level terms.
He's really sorted his doubles out here, hasn't he,
Fifth
Mason
leg,
Whitlock?
it's
2
Ultan
from
to the
4 in this
reverse.
game.
Game on.
So far today, has had 5 successful hits on the outer ring from 29 darts before this match. So a significant step up here. So whatever he's been doing in the practice room, he's transferring to the stage.
$140. 60. 99. 98.
But there's a key passage of play in this match. Whitlock finding a couple of trebles, leaves himself in a makeable out. What can McDyer do here by way of response?
56. Mason, you require 128.
128 is not on offer now.
81.
Picks off a treble with the last to leave himself with a
Alton, you
single to
require
double.
152.
Unless McDyer has a big one in his locker.
41.
But he had the
Mason, you require 47.
164 yesterday. He's had some big finishes this week.
Game shot.
But that's a big leg.
Mason Whitlock.
That's a break. That's a 14 darter. To put Mason Whitlock 3-2 up.
Flag.
He
It's
was 2-1
Mason to
down.
throw
Had the
first.
chance to go 3-1 down,
Game
didn't
on.
he? Ultan McDyer had that chance to move 2 clear. But Whitlock now a leg away.
By far the best performance of the day for Mason Whitlock. And you said it right at the start that this is a must-win
85.
in regards to his hopes and his prospects of qualification.
But let's go back to Ultan's previous match against
58.
Patrick Dekker, where he was 3-2 behind in that match. And it looked as if his hopes of qualifying were heading down the Super Series
40.
drain. But he managed to find a way out of that predicament. And he's going to have to try and find his way out of another one here. Needing a couple of legs without reply from his opponent.
100.
But that, his second max of the match, will help him out of this particular leg potentially.
$66. 43. 90. 45. 100.
Down to a finish and we'll get a go. A 120 finish for the match. Waiting and offering here for Mason Whitlock. McDyer leaves it handy.
137.
Big
Mason, you
exchange
require
in
120.
the context of this group.
Whitlock strays wide into the treble 5, and so McDyer is going to get a look here
50. Ultan, you require
to take
38.
us all the way. Double 19, or does he split? Splits, double 16. Mason Whitlock has a smirk on his face. I think he expects this to go. Okay, maybe he doesn't.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Any which way,
Ultan
McDyer takes out the double 16, and we go the distance.
7th and final leg. It's Ultan.
But once again,
first.
Ultan McDyer is
Game
in
on.
a win or bust scenario. He wins this leg, he's in play. Loses it, he's probably going to be out the equation.
He's a grafter, isn't he?
43.
He's an absolute grafter. Ultan McDyer won't let anything just pass him by. Battling till the very end.
180.
Well, now they really are turning on the style, aren't they? That's Ultan's third of the match. The blue touch paper has been licked in this match as we head towards the end.
$42.
Now Mason Whitlock had 6 from here. Oh, that was a horrid bounce out.
39. $140. Mason, you require 142.
142. It's not going to go. So McDyer's going to get a match-winning chance here. Beat
40.
Patrick Dekker in the last leg to keep
Ultan, you
himself in
require
proceedings
96.
there. Needs to do exactly the same here. Needs to find a treble or a double. Depends what he wanted. 88 for the match.
88. Mason, you require
Same equation here for
102.
Mason Whitlock. Just needs the one treble to get a go. May stay there. Did look really inviting that first start.
54. Ultan, you require 8.
So 88 for Ultan McDyer to keep himself ticking. He's had to
Big
dodge a
shot and
few
the
bullets,
match.
but Ultan
Ultan
McDyer
McDyer
is still here, and he wants you to know he's still here. The man from County Mayo in the Republic of Ireland is riding his luck and riding his coattails at times, but he is finding wins and finding himself ever closer to those top 2 positions in the group. He beats Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, it's Luke Smith up against Henry Coates. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! We're at the halfway point of our session here at the Super Series, and before the break, we watched Ultan McDyer beat Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 3. Our next match sees that man in your picture, Henry Coates, look to make it to 12 points if he can get the
First
better
leg, it's
of
Luke
Luke
to throw
Smith.
first. Game on.
Straight into the action. And it's going to be Luke Skywalker to get us underway. Looking to get his first win on the live
41.
loud stage.
$59.
Henry Coates looking for one of the final wins he'll need so that he will be in the final stage on Saturday. Playing for the big weekly prize and that golden ticket through to Champions Week.
44.
And it does feel right now, though, it is a golden ticket, a golden opportunity, isn't it?
It's the Super Series of surprises so far.
Well, 2024 was the year of the underdog, wasn't it, in regards to the world of darts? We had many different winners on the Pro Tour. We had
39.
first-time winners and surprise winners in the major events. Maybe that's now transmitted into the Super Series as well.
But does that show that the landscape of this sport is far more equal now than perhaps it ever has been? There's more forces, more people that are capable of doing things than perhaps there ever has been in the past. Coates here, 6 darts and 202 to take out the opening leg against the throw. 140 there, puts himself in a very good suit. This is a very good start from this young man.
$57. Henry requires 62.
So for the opening leg, double 16.
30. $81. Henry required 32.
Double 16 to take out the opening leg. 1 left.
16.
Does it go? And so Luke Smith
require 139.
has a look here at this 139. Not on offer. And so Coates comes back again, looking at 2-8.
43. Henry requires
to
16.
take out this opening leg.
Game shot on
And
the
it
first
goes,
leg. Henry
and
Coates.
into the lead he goes. Coates 1 up.
Second leg, it's Henry to throw first. Game on. $100. $60. $97. $134. $60. $58. $60.
Well, Coates got the break in leg 1.
76.
And now looking to affirm his authority here to open up a 2-0 lead. And now going about his business better. A bit of
140.
strut and stride.
$97. Henry require 44.
For 2-zip, double top.
Game
Into
shot on
the corner
second
and into a
leg. Henry
2-0
Coates.
lead. And it looks like Luke Smith is cornered here.
Cruising, isn't
Third
he?
leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Luke Smith, though, could play quite a part, you feel, still in the destiny of this group and the qualification. Not so much for himself,
140.
but he's playing Henry Coates here. Then he misses a game. Justin Smith taking on Patrick Dekker. Before he
140.
comes back on where he will have the advantage of throwing first against Ultan McDyer, a player he took to the wire yesterday. McDyer currently in a joint qualification
96.
place in regards to points.
$45. $99. $180.
Henry Coates with his second max of the match. And it may just wrestle this leg back in his favour potentially.
He's 15th of the group. When you think this is only match number 8 of very short format darts, that is some return.
136.
We spoke about it in his interview yesterday, didn't he? That his power
58.
scoring, he feels, is his
required
biggest
26.
strength. And it may have given him a get out of jail free card in this leg as Smith cannot convert the 26 because it's given him a poke of the 78 potentially. But it's one dart in his hand at double 6,
14.
which doesn't go.
Henry requires
Coates comes
78.
back. It's 78. It's double 12.
Game
And
shot on
Henry
the
Coates'
third
last
leg.
died hand
Henry
finds the
Coates.
target that Luke Smith's just missed. It's the double break in the favour of the 18-year-old.
Fourth
to
leg,
lead
it's Henry to
3-0.
throw first. Game
Cruise control.
on. 59.
He had a good advantage, didn't he, in the legs column anyway. This would certainly help his case even further. Especially considering that Luke Smith's been picking up legs today.
80.
3 in the opening game with Patrick Dekker, 2 in the last.
180.
You feel this one may not have long left to go, and a big smile across the face here of Henry Coates, who maybe is starting to realise he's about to achieve here at the Super Series.
43.
He really is beginning to close in on some good stuff.
$36. $43. $100.
Coates beginning to make the move towards the finishing line in this contest. 126 remains after just 12 darts in this leg.
59.
Luke Smith
Henry require 126.
There's nothing by way of opposition.
$6.
He took the odd bit off the end, doesn't he?
62. Henry require 120.
Still plenty of time to take this one out. Nice pick off, leaves it handy. When you feel these are going to be the last darts that Luke Smith's going to get in this game, the way that Henry Coates has been finishing, not just here, but across his whole campaign.
Reliability has been his biggest key strength. Is he reliable? No, he's going to split. He's going to split 2 double 4 and finds the top corner to win the match. Henry Coates beats Luke Smith by 4 lengths to 0, decide to split after going inside on the double 10 and then firing home the double 4 of his last dart in hand. He's on to 12 points and he is now a win away from pretty much sealing his base. It's Smith against Dekker after this short advertising interval.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Henry Coates got the better of Luke Smith by 4 legs to 0. He's now a win away from securing his passage through. Right, for one Smith to another, Justin on the stage against Patrick Dekker. Win here for the Bearded Dragon. We'll put him on to 12 points in
First
this group,
flag,
and
it's
we'll put
Justin
him
to the row
in a very
first.
strong position alongside
Game on.
Coates. And for Justin today, a couple of games played, a couple of decent performances and a couple of decent wins.
Yeah, he's played well, Justin Smith, today. He's had a much more focus and determination about him. Not been as
140.
distracted. Getting into the business end of the week now. And if he doesn't do it today, he won't be here tomorrow night. And
81.
he's got himself in a good position now due to those couple of wins that he's had today. Most notably the first one, 103.77. The average in what was a very good game against Ultan McDyer,
95.
who is in this race with him for the qualifying place.
100.
It's all going to unfold, isn't it, over the next sort of 30 minutes or so.
$59. 100. 140. Just
Well,
to
that
require 160.
140 has given Dekker a real good opportunity here to break the throw in the opening leg of this match.
100. Patrick, you require 67.
Big moment this. Dekker to take the ascendancy early on in the match. It's a dart at double 16, which is
Games on the
pinned
first
first
leg.
dart
Patrick
by
Dekker.
the Dutchman. Dekker one up.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
The sports calf in Majdijk will be showing the action as they usually do when Marvin van
140.
Velzen's playing. Very popular darts bar in that part of the world. A bit like the Cleveland Arms
56.
up in Wolverhampton, a very popular darts pub. There's many others, of course, across the country. Of course, our colleague Chris Mason nowadays is a landlord.
97.
Yep, up in Ilkeston. Recently went there. Been there a couple of times now. Lovely place.
100.
Hope he gave you a drink on the house.
$60. 45. 45.
A little bit of an advantage slip there as Patrick and Justin
100.
looking to find another job and leave himself first to a finish.
$59. 57. Patrick, you require 100.
Double top. Now double 10 for 2-0.
90. Justin, you require 140.
Feel like Justin needs one of his trademark ton plus checkouts about now. But he isn't going to find the 143 here. And so Patrick will come back looking at 2 5s for 2-0.
3 from
Patrick, you
23 though,
require
Patrick
10.
Dekker in his last game. When it came to the finishing.
Game's
No
on the second
vulnerabilities
leg.
here on the
Patrick
outer ring
Dekker.
for Patrick Dekker. He's comfortably ahead now, confirming the breaker throw over Justin Smith. And this
Third
could
leg,
make
it's
things
Justin to the
really
first.
interesting.
Game on.
Ultan McDyer coming up next against Luke Smith, who's yet to win a game. Could put Justin
140.
out of a qualifying position and on points.
This has been such a
100.
weird group. Such a strange Group C this week.
100. 137. 57. 60.
6 darts and 2 and 4 for Justin Smith to get his first leg on the board.
140.
Puts a 2 treble shaped hole in that and will leave himself a 2 darter upon his return.
$54. Justin, you require 64.
The double.
48.
Doesn't go.
Patrick, you require 150. 41. Justin, you
So
require
Justin Smith,
16.
double 8 to bring it back to 2-1.
Game
In
shot
it
on
goes,
the third
double 8
leg,
pinned.
Justin Smith.
And the Bearded Dragon has a route back into this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned many times this week that Patrick Dekker seems to be
95.
playing his best darts when he just sort of plays with freedom, plays with fluency, plays with a little bit more pace. And you feel like this is the ideal sort of game for him to be able to try and find that rhythm, because Justin Smith will present him the hockey very quickly.
60.
Stepping it up now, Justin Smith, trying
41.
to dig deep in this big clash in regards to his prospects for qualification. He doesn't want to be letting Ultan McDyer go into bats,
60.
knowing that just a win will flip-flop those positions.
$42.
Feel like these are key 6 darts here for Patrick. 140 there leads himself on a finish. He forces Justin Smith to pile in something similar. Dekker looking to find a 2-leg gap with 3 left to play for, but Justin Smith with a 140 of his own leads himself on the more handier finish. But it's Patrick with the first poke of the 146. What a conversion this would be. But he's not going to take it out here. But what he is going to do is the next best task, leave himself his favourite double 10. Is Smith cannot convert this 101. Double 18. We're back on terms. Justin Smith with a huge finish at a huge time. The 101 goes just as his opponent was sat there on double 10 to open up a 2-leg gap.
That's 8 ton plus checkouts he has taken just in this Group C campaign alone.
96. 85. 81. 100. 100.
Well, Justin Smith looks as if he's wrestled control of this game now. Took out the 101 on the previous leg. That's felt like a sucker punch for Patrick. And another decent leg here on throws. Left himself an 88 after just a dozen darts. But credit to his opponent, he is following him all the way.
88.
It may just be a dart at the bull. It is the bull. He beds the bull. He leads 3-2. Patrick Dekker has been hit by a couple of shots. You wouldn't be surprised if he was floored by 2 real clutch finishes from Justin Smith. The 101 and then the 88 taken out on the bull has turned a 2-1 deficit into a 3-2 lead. He's readjusted what was a deficit in this match into a lead.
That's why Justin Smith is so highly regarded, and that's why he was the favourite to win this group. That's why he's one of the favourites to win the week. Just got that touch of quality, that raw ability.
60. 174.
Well, he really is making a move now. This is more like the Justin Smith we know. A bit more like the Justin Smith saw in Game 1. The burst that he's had since trailing this game 2-1
124.
has been nothing short of exemplary. Just when it looked like he could be in a whole host of trouble,
140.
he has managed to claw his way out of the mire.
$85. Justin, you require
6 starts
87.
here for Justin Smith now to get the job done.
Game
And he
shot,
only
and the
needed the
match,
2. That's an
Justin
11
Smith.
darter to finish. 3 incredible legs there for Justin Smith. And for 2 on behind, he reeled off 3 on the spin. These two have become 2 good friends this week. But it's Justin Smith that wins what will be the 5th and final battle, regardless of how he fares for the rest of the day. But he did so with a power-packed display. 96.3 the average, 4 from 5 on his doubles, including that 101 checkout. He finished off an 11 darter. Coming up after the break, Luke Smith and Ultan McDyer. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 9 games down in our Friday afternoon session. This is how the table looks. Henry Coates and Justin Smith both on 12 points. Henry with a massive advantage in terms of the legs difference. That will be enough to put him in a position to qualify through because he's he is 9 legs clear of Justin Smith. But more importantly, he's 15 legs clear of Ultan McDyer, who takes on Luke Smith in this particular contest. Ultan looking to win and get a big win as well, because it looks like potentially the battle for second position is going to go down to
First leg,
legs
it's Luke to throw
difference.
first. Game on.
Ultan ends his campaign against Luke, but then has to play Henry Coates in his last match, whilst Justin Smith has a meeting with Mason Whitlock next, and will then end his
48.
campaign against Luke in the Battle of the Smiths.
$100. $99. $41.
Luke Smith still looking for that first win, isn't he, on the Super Series stage? He's been here
80.
before as well, and that ended the same way in regards to him not picking up a single victory in his campaign. And the mind starts to wander towards
71.
records, doesn't it? And that would be an unwanted record here for Luke Smith.
$108.
But Luke Smith here
He
got off to a decent start in this game on a 2-darter after a dozen, forcing the issue here early on of Ultan
99.
McDyer.
Luke, you require 94. $45.
Suppose though for Luke Smith here, he's playing with a bit of freedom in the fact that his campaign is done, where
105.
McDyer needs
Luke,
this.
you require 49.
I don't see the benefit there of that last start of the bullseye though.
$17. Ultan, you require 85.
Still single to ball, which would have been the situation had he stayed on the 20s.
Ball does not go.
60.
And so Smith
Luke,
will come
you
back for
require
three more in his hand
32.
at double 16 for the opening leg.
Game
And
shot
it
of
goes
first leg.
1-0
Luke
to
Smith.
Luke Smith.
Second leg, it's Ultan to throw first. Game on.
He hasn't had many opportunities, has he, Luke Smith? But when he's got
100.
down to the doubles, it's not causing him too much of an issue. Seems to be better on the outer ring.
19.
And may have positive vibes about playing McDyer because it came very, very close, didn't it, yesterday? McDyer, a bit of a clutch combination finishes
92.
to save his skin yesterday.
$56. $40. $60. $59.
So McDyer looking to equalise this matchup at 1-1. It's going to have 6 darts and 2-10.
98. $140.
Nice find there from McDyer. Gets him down to a nice little 2-dart possibility here. And he's going to have at least 6 darts to get it done to level it up and, most importantly, keep his prospects alive here. That's the beauty of having that luxury. Didn't have to go for the 14 and the ball.
30.
Look over to the scoreboard to see how much time he's expected to find.
100. Ultan, you require
So
40.
McDyer looking at double top here to level this match up at 1 apiece.
Game
In it
shot on the
goes.
second leg. Ultan
1-1.
McDyer. Third leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on. $97. $100. $60.
Mid part of his last game, Ultan McDyer really started to
59.
find some range. That's when he turned it around against Mason Whitlock to put himself in this predicament where he's now got a genuine chance of qualification.
41. $140. $41.
So McDyer, 6 darts here to get the break and to put himself 2-1 to the good in this match.
58.
Leaves himself on 144.
$83. Ultan, you require
No finish
144.
left there. But this one could go.
Game shot on the third
Every
leg.
single
Ultan
day,
McDyer.
Ultan McDyer's had a big finish, and today it's the 144. He
Fourth
struts
leg,
his
it's
stuff
Ultan to
in
the
more
very
ways
first.
than one. He moves
Game
2-1 to the good and now halfway towards the win.
But that's the breaker throw. That's the most important thing. And this is the part of the game where he seems to find his comfort. Maybe what we're
82.
finding here with McDyer is maybe he prefers the longer format of game. Maybe he's just a bit of a slow starter. You do get those sort of players who take a leg or two to get going. And that seems to be the case so far for McDyer.
92.
He's done the hard bit. He's got the break that he needs. Now he's got to cash it in.
59.
Keep tabs on Justin Smith.
$60. $96. $48.
Well, that's the perfect first dart, isn't it, for Ultan? Able to
85.
follow it up and unable to leave a finish. Smith of a couple will leave himself first to an outshot in this leg.
$60. $80. $42. Ultan, you require 99.
High screen finish. 6 darts if he needs them.
79.
He's been happy with his situation. Come to the board, 3 darts in hand. A double he's been successful on so far, quite a bit this week, to put himself a leg away from the victory
59.
here.
Ultan, you require 20.
To join Justin Smith and Henry Coates at the top on 12.
It's 2 5s. It's below. And he's going
No
to
score.
bust the score with the last
You
dart in
require
hand. Smith 140 to make it 2-2. Another. Double 10.
120. Ultan, you require 20.
Right, smile on the face because he knew he wasn't too far away from taking it out. But McDyer looks at double 10. In it
On the
goes.
full flag. Ultan
And in he
McDyer.
goes to a 3-1 lead, Ultan McDyer.
He would have felt every single one of those.
Fifth flag. It's Luke
Those
to throw
first two really wasn't thrown with
Game
much
on.
conviction. A little bit loopy even in the action. But then really went for it with the last one. Attacked, had to be aggressive, had no other option. Found the target.
76.
Well, we're saying Luke Smith double in's quite good. He's decided to start scoring on it now.
100. $100. $60. $43. $60. $140.
Just about half his score there. Luke Smith gets himself down to a finish. From McDyer, this will just feel now like a bit of a bonus leg.
40.
The next one, the one where he's
Thank
got
you,
the throw, will
require
be the one he'll feel
142.
he's got to cash in the chance.
Finds a
92.
treble with the last to leave himself on 50.
$60. Luke, you require 50.
It's 10 for tops. 2 10s for 3-2. In it goes.
On the
In
fifth
it
flag, Luke
goes.
Smith.
And on we go.
This is the leg for Ultan McDyer.
Sixth flag. It's Ultan
the
to throw
advantage of throw.
first. Game on.
Anything happens in a last leg, especially when you're against the darts. Got to cash in the chance. Got to make the most of it, and he is. Look at this.
108.
What a time to fill it up. First maximum there for Ultan McDyer of this game. His 8th of the campaign. He's going to have a sizable lead,
31.
even after the first 3.
He'll feel like he's got cruise control of this leg right from the get-go. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. 6 of the best from Ultan McDyer. Is he about to finish with a flourish?
Absolute dream darts in the situation here. He's on debut. He's trying to keep grips of the top 2.
79. Ultan, you
A
require
much needed leg, a much
141.
needed win, and he could do it in style.
Well, there goes the style.
60.
Well, he's got as much time as he needs. 310 points ahead. You feel that the only way McDyer's going to lose this leg is if he misses
96.
at least 9 darts
Ultan,
at a
you
double.
require 81.
for the match. Double 12.
Game
And
shot.
for Ultan
and the match,
McDyer, that is a
Ultan
12-darter to finish. And it puts him on to a dozen points. He keeps Justin Smith needing to win matches. A 4-2 success to Ultan McDyer. Justin is in action next. He takes on Mason Whitlock.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44.
He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Dekker!
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are now into our 11th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it sees Mason Whitlock and Justin Smith go toe-to-toe on the Live Lounge stage. Before the break, Ultan McDyer got the better of Luke Smith by 4 legs to 2. For Justin Smith, that means the parameters have changed just slightly. It means that he has to win here against Mason Whitlock. If he does, he puts himself on the hill. Henry Coates would have the opportunity to do exactly that if he was to get the better of Patrick Dekker
First leg,
in the
it's
next.
Mason
Right,
to
here we
throw
go then.
first. Game on.
This is game 11 of the session here, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Me and Matthew Edgar have watched every dart in the commentary box.
58.
And yet we still don't know the direction of which way this group's going to go. There's 3 players tied on 12 at the top. Lots still to play for.
108.
But Justin Smith is the player who's got that little touch of class and quality that's been tried, tested and proven.
121.
And he's also got the advantage of his last game being that against Luke Smith, player who's yet to pick up a victory.
92.
So much so that the odds compilers have gone 1-14 for Justin Smith to win that match.
134.
So he's got a very strong chance there in the back pocket.
$116.
Now, Justin Smith wins this game 4-0. The worst that he can finish on is plus 8
140.
and,
Justin, you require 113.
14 points. Whilst the best Ultan can finish on is plus 8 and 18 points.
95.
And as a result, it would go
Mason, you
down to the
require
personal
48.
head-to-head between the pair, which Justin has a slight advantage in. But Mason looking for the advantage in this match. And he
Game shot on the
takes double
first leg,
16
Mason Whitlock.
with his first dart in hand. 15 darter, 1-0.
When we was chatting to Mason this
Second
morning,
leg, it's Justin to the row first.
you asked him how
Game
his
on.
day went, how he felt it went. He said, by his own words, because I played rubbish in every game
100.
except Justin Smith. Is that going to repeat itself again here? Because that was a 15 darter from Mason Whitlock. Significantly better than a lot from what we've seen so far
46.
today.
$94. $134. $85. $58. $94. $136. Justin, you require 128.
1-8 here for Justin Smith. Treble 20 leaves the ball. It's
Game
another
shot,
big
the
double
second
brush
leg,
checkout. That's
Justin
his 4
Smith.
for the day. Another big bullseye netted from the bearded dragon
Third leg,
to level
it's
this match
Mason
up
to the
at
row
1
first.
apiece.
Fourth
Game
of the
on.
day, but the 9th of the group. 9 ton-plus checkouts in his 9th game
59.
of this group. He's averaging 1 per match so far. There's still plenty of time for him to put another one in.
56. $7.
Well, Mason Whitlock came close to his second 9 on this stage, but that one I don't think he would have cherished as much as his first.
100. $80. $100. $95. $98. $43.
Well,
Justin,
Justin
you
Smith
require
had the 1-2-8 to the
147.
previous leg. He's got time on his side from 147. And he's going to need the full complement of 6 darts to get the break and
83.
open up a 2-1 lead in this game.
$41. Justin, you require 64.
It's a slip, but it's not one that's going to be overly
32.
punished because Whitlock's not on a finish.
And he has managed to sort of
59,
leave himself
just
in a
in your
preferred
require,
area of the board.
52.
Loves this section. This sort of 16-8s combination area.
Game shot on the third leg, Justin Smith.
Justin Smith gets the break. And he opens up a 2-1 lead. He's
Fourth
been the
leg,
player of the
it's
day so
Justin
far.
to
He's
the
put in some of the
first.
best numbers so far.
Game on.
And if he wins this game, he'll temporarily go to the top of the group ahead of Henry Coates' match with Patrick Dekker. And if he wins this match, then he'd actually be a
92.
match away from completing the card on day 2. And he'll take on Luke Smith in the final match of the group, or his final game of the group, shall I say. McDyer, Coates, and
58.
Dekker Whitlock would follow.
$58.
And then 10 more games tonight, including the WDF World Champion, Shane McGurk, in need of a
58.
big night if he is to make it through to Saturday in his first appearance here since picking up the Lakeside title. We'll also have the likes of Brandon Weening and
75.
Danny Van Tripe in action for you from 10 p.m. So maybe that could be your Valentine's night TV viewing. Who knows?
40.
Maybe a glass of wine after a nice meal. Super Series on the telly. Sounds like quite the romantic
58.
night.
$43. $100. $75. Justin, you require 118.
Triple 20 would have left double 19.
58.
Smith back for 60 to open up a 3-1 advantage in this contest.
60. Justin, you require 60.
20 for tops.
Game shot
And
of
it is
fourth leg,
3-1
Justin Smith.
in the favour of Justin Smith. He's a leg away now from moving himself
Fifth
onto
leg, it's
14
Mason
points
to
in the
row
group
first.
and to
Game
put
on.
himself on the hill.
And temporarily would be top of the table, overtaking Henry Coates, who seemingly hit the top of the table very early yesterday and has stayed there ever since.
57.
Feels weird seeing somebody else other than him at the summit. But psychologically, that will mean a lot for Justin as well.
43.
Even though it's only a temporary fix, it'll just make him stand just that little bit taller.
$94. $108.
And he may be going there very, very soon. Second maximum of the game for Justin Smith, averaging around about the 90
81.
mark, which he's been running better than for the majority of the day. It's been a great performance.
85. $139.
Whitlock, the little fish, to save the match. If not, Justin is going to leave himself in situ. He is more than going to leave himself in situ. He's going to leave himself on his favourite double
Mason, you
eight after a
require
dozen darts.
130.
Whitlock has to take this, doesn't. And so Justin Smith will come back, looking at double eight
80.
to complete
Justin, you
a
require
4-1
16.
victory. And a
Game
4-1
shot
win,
and the match,
which will temporarily
Justin Smith.
send Justin Smith to the top of the group. A 13 darter to round it off. Another efficient display, another average in excess of 19 for the Bearded Dragon. 4-1 win, 10 minutes flat for Justin Smith. Coming up after the break, Henry Coates takes on Patrick Dekker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are now heading into the series business of things here.
First
In
leg,
this Group
it's
C.
Henry to throw
We are
first.
straight into the business between Henry Coates and Patrick Dekker. Now, the situation is as follows. Any win
60.
for Henry Coates in this match, and he will qualify for Saturday night, whilst Justin Smith in the next match against Luke Smith will need just the
60.
solitary leg to qualify. We are heading towards that point in proceedings now, Matt, where for a few players the finishing line in terms of qualification is
131.
drawing ever closer.
Richie Houghton looks like he may be getting some company very soon in regards to Saturday night. And it makes you wonder, doesn't it, if Richie Houghton's
98.
been tuning in and watching, whether it's made the confidence grow even more. Because I think one thing Richie Houghton's shown this week that we haven't seen yet in both Group B and Group C is that sustained level of consistency at that high end, at that top table.
60. Henry require
Coates here leads himself on the
107.
fish. He's got time on his side. Patrick Dekker has been up and down at points. Coates isn't going to take out the
85.
biggest finish of them all on this occasion, but he is going to leave himself at 85 after just a dozen darts to take out the opening leg of this match.
100. Henry require 85.
So, treble 15 was the location of dart one. Doesn't have to chase around, so treble 18, he's double 8.
77.
Pause on the inside. We'll come back for 3 more at double 4.
$85. Henry, you require 8. $4.
Oh, 3 more
Patrick, you
misses for
require
Coates means that
98.
Dekker will have a poke at the 98. Well, this would be a nick, wouldn't it? This would be a steal.
80.
And that was all
Henry,
over the
you
place.
require 4. Game shot on the
Double
first
2.
leg. Henry
It's pinned
Coates.
by Henry Coates to lead 1-0.
Second leg. It's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Is that the face of a player who thinks it's job done? Thinks he's there? Even if it doesn't
60.
quite happen here for him, he's still got another opportunity against Ultan McDyer. That'd be his last match. So he's got 2 opportunities here, and there'll be 2 opportunities against players that he would have expected to be picking up the victories of. You do, you go into a room, certainly here at the Super Series, and you pick them off in your mind. You go, right,
100.
I've got the beating of you, I've got the beating of you, you'll be tough.
97.
And although we know from our conversation at the end of play yesterday that Henry Coates doesn't have sort of that
100.
arrogant swag about him just yet, he'll still have that confidence and belief in his ability.
82. $60. 130.
He's going about his business okay. Had a bit of a wobble towards the end of leg 1, but has responded well here in leg 2. Leaves himself on 52 after just a dozen darts thrown.
105. Henry require
Dekker
52.
hot on his heels. His 2 darts at double top. Coates
Yeah,
2 up
shot on
into the
second
corner.
leg.
14
Henry
darter.
Coates.
Comfortable, cruising. Words that we've used to describe Henry Coates
Third
so
leg,
many
it's
times
Henry to
already
throw
in this
first.
campaign.
Game on.
No, Patrick, you're not going to have the
41.
camera this time. It's been good fun to have
58.
this week, Patrick. He's given us some entertainment over the last 5 days.
100. $26. 108.
Coates. With the game's first 180 to half the score, 2-180.
Well, you best not do that again, because otherwise he'll join that club of players. I
140.
believe Damon Heta was the last one to do this over in Gibraltar on the European Tour. Hitting the 180, busting the score. I think one of the more famous ones was Divenboder at the World Championship against Raymond van Barneveld. Said he actually took his career on a bit of a side swipe. Felt a little bit embarrassed by the moment.
59. Henry require 55.
Well, this a 3-0. Now for tops. 2 10s.
45.
Well, there has been a few misses on the doubles for Henry.
$100.
Back for double
Henry
5.
require 10.
Can't afford many more misses. Can't afford many more. Henry! The
Patrick,
misses
you
are beginning to
require
magnify.
118.
And Dekker could punish. They punish to the hilt. Well, that's double two.
Game shot on
And
the
he's
third
found double
leg.
two.
Patrick Dekker.
Dekker with the break. An unconventional way of taking out the 118,
Fourth
but he'll
leg. It's
take
Patrick
it
to the
nonetheless.
first.
He's back in the game
Game
at
on.
2-1. And Henry Coates, when he had that leg all but sewn up, apart from the fact he was unable to hit the double.
140.
Now we're starting to get a bit of a game on our hands.
140. $100. 55. 100. 92. Patrick, you require 161.
161 for Patrick Dekker. Won't be done this time.
105.
He's going to leave himself handy. 56 left after 12. Well, suddenly this game is changing in terms of complexion. Coates was comfortable, was
134.
coasting at 2-0.
Patrick, you
Missed a
require
plethora of
56.
opportunities to go 3-zip up. And now Dekker, well, he should have had 2. He's going to have to spurn another one. He's only going to get the solitary dart here at double top.
36.
The chance has come and gone for
Henry,
2
you
apiece.
require 80.
Coates, look at that target. That's
50.
clipped off the fly to diverted wide.
Patrick, you require 20.
And ricochet into double 5. Gives Dekker another poke at double 10.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
we are back
leg.
level.
Patrick Dekker.
2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Henry to throw first.
Well, looked so simple, didn't
Game
it,
on.
for Henry Coates? Not too long ago, looked almost certain to be 3-0 ahead and looking to throw out
95.
for the match. Now being drawn into a bit of a battle here. Patrick Dekker's average raises to the 85 sort of region.
100. 40.
For all the good things that Henry Coates has done to get to this point, the one thing that he's not done as of yet is cross the
85.
line. And that is a completely different environment of which you then play.
140.
Well, suddenly the enthusiastic excitement of being given the opportunity, then playing well here, turns into that expectation. And that one word, that one grand word, changes
40.
a mindset and a psyche of many a player.
$94. 100. Henry, you require
Coates has got
132.
6 starts here from 132.
60.
We'll be back for 72 to leave 3-2 and just hope that it was just a 2-leg scare that was provided by Patrick Dekker
45.
there.
Henry, you require 72.
Double 12 and now double 6. 3-2
Gage on the
Coates.
fifth leg. Henry Coates.
Looks like the little scare could be on the other side, and it could be a leg away now for qualifying through
Sixth
to
leg,
tomorrow
it's
night's
Patrick to
final
throw first.
on his
Game
debut.
on. $66. 100. 100. 125. 60. 140. 60. Patrick, you require 170.
6 darts to take us all the way.
83. 60. Patrick, you require 87.
So 87 here for Patrick Dekker. Triple 10 leads itself tops in the target and in that target.
On the 6th leg.
And we
Patrick
go
Dekker.
all the way to a last leg decider.
7th and final leg. It's Henry to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is one of those legs where for one player it means everything.
100.
They need it, when the other person just wants it. The interesting dynamics that come up here at the Super Series.
60.
Although, watching those darts, you'd think it's Patrick Dekker that needs the win. Very snatchy on the release.
93.
If Henry Coates loses this game, match 14 will be a sudden death shootout between Coates and McDyer
85.
to head through. This is actually great news for Justin Smith, because if Coates
92.
was to lose this game, Coates playing McDyer would mean that Justin Smith would be through with a match to spare, because only one of them would be able to join him on that 14-point mark. But it looks like Henry Coates is going to wriggle himself out of this particular hole with some quality darts,
100.
quality bottle, and a trademark max to lead himself on double 18 after a dozen.
We've said all week, haven't we? Those are the sort of shots where it's perfectly timed. Hit the maximum, leave the double. Now to get the job done and
Henry, you
fulfill
require 36.
his Group C destiny.
It's double 18.
Game shot. and
Henry
the match.
Coates
Henry
is
Coates.
in to tomorrow night's final on his debut here at the MODUS Super Series. We have another teenage star on our hands here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've had Littler, we've had Banks, we've had Bo Greaves, and maybe now we can add Henry Coates to the collection. We already have a teenager in Champions Week in Jensen Walker, and Henry Coates will be looking to join him. He's beaten Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 3, and he can book his ticket now to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on Pluto TV. Coming up after the break, it's the Battle of the Smiths. Justin and Luke. It's game on and next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've approached the final round of fixtures in this Group C campaign, and it is a battle of the Smiths. Justin and Luke going head to head, and any leg here in this match for Justin Smith will seal his progression through to tomorrow
First
night's
leg, it's
final.
Justin to the
The bearded
first.
dragon who won in this building
Game on.
2.5 years ago, all the way back in Series 6. If he was to win this week, it'd be the biggest gap between first and second appearance in a Champions Week. When
58.
first and second win. 7 series, the biggest gap between first win and second. That was John Henderson. Justin Smith looking to break that particular record. 6 series is the biggest
81.
gap from first to second Champions Week appearance. And that belongs to Chaz Barstow, the man from Winchester. The Prince on Winchester.
92.
We spoke a lot about Justin Smith this week and how, you know, life just sort of comes a bit easy for him in regards to
51.
darts. A very natural talent, very raw talent. But one thing he's had to do today is really dig deep,
100.
because the performance has been very wavy across the first 4 days, which is why he found himself in a Group C in general, finishing the bottom half of his Group A campaign. But today, the only way you can
58.
describe what Justin Smith has done is pure quality. Average of 103, 87, 96 and 92.
77.
Taking out 9 ton plus finishers, 9 180s across this Group C campaign. He has shown another side to him today. And that is that he can dig deep,
27.
that he can draw the best out of himself.
56.
And he's nearly there.
Well, he's had 4 ton plus checkouts today. He's had 8 ton plus checkouts in the group. And so perhaps it would be fitting if he was to
98.
seal it
Justin, you require
with a ton plus
118.
checkout. He's not going to, and he may not even have attempted the double 19 even if he got the treble there.
94.
But what he is going to do is leave himself on double 12 to book his place through.
96.
Well, he
Justin, you
certainly
require
stepped it up today.
24.
Is he about to get his end reward? Yes, he
Games on the
is.
first leg. Justin
Smith is into tomorrow night's final. The bearded dragon will be in the big night,
Second
looking
leg, it's
for
Luke
a
to throw
second
first.
Champions Week appearance.
Game on.
Now, as someone who's played in this, it'd be interesting to know how much he actually knows about that, because what you tend to do is you just tend to glance at the scoreboard. You don't tend to analyse it too much. If he looks at the league
84.
table, you'll see Henry Coates and Ultan McDyer, who are coming up next. So maybe he believes he's actually got to go
39.
on and win this match.
As for Luke Smith, there's a different motive in play, and that is to ensure that he doesn't
94.
come out of this campaign without a victory to his name.
94. $81. $100.
Right, job done for Justin Smith. We now
58.
know half of the field for the final tomorrow. Richie Howson won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Well, he didn't win it
58.
on Wednesday afternoon. He pretty much won it on Tuesday, really, if the truth be told. He'll join Justin Smith and Henry Coates into the finale. Justin Smith wins this match. He'll move on to 16 points.
136.
But Luke Smith here looking to level the match up.
75. Luke, you require
One apiece.
48.
If he can find 48. Double 16.
32.
Well, I wonder if Justin
Justin,
Smith
you
does
require
know, because the
135.
intensity in which he came out with is seemingly disintegrated. Oh, hold on. Hold the front page
110.
and chuck it away.
Luke, you
That's
require
where it's been so
16.
special, isn't it, on those tumpless combination checkouts.
Game shot on the second leg. Luke Smith.
But you've got to keep tipping your hat to Luke Smith when he's getting opportunities. He's taking
Third
them.
leg.
The
It's just
doubles have been
first.
up to scratch here
Game
at the
on.
Super Series. It's just been the rest of the game that's not quite gone his way.
140.
Tightening up on other areas.
$56. $56. $140. $98.
But Luke Smith, he's been here before, and it was the same situation. He lost all his games.
84.
This would be 20 defeats in a row on that Super Series stage for Luke Smith if he's to lose the Smith Derby here against Justin. And I
95.
believe we've got to be looking at record territory.
$41. Justin, you require 112.
So he starts at 112 for Justin Smith. Not to be,
60.
but he is going to go back for 52 to open up a 2-1 lead in this match.
Well, early on, he nearly bust this.
125.
This time stays well away from it.
Justin, you require 52.
But it's double 16 for Justin Smith. Loves this part of the
Game
board.
shot on the third leg. Justin
Continues to
Smith.
find success on the 16 and 8 combination. Trying to end
Fourth
in a
leg.
positive
It's Luke
way,
to throw
Justin Smith.
first. Game on.
Doesn't look to be enjoying himself right now, does he? Despite the fact he's qualified, despite the fact it's been a significant improvement today.
Well, he's a player that sets high expectations of himself and
29.
feels like there is still a lot more to give. And Justin is the type of player that can have 5 days where things maybe don't quite go to
94.
plan, but then suddenly can just spring into life when it comes to a Saturday. He's got that maverick flair, George
Six.
Best-esque, where with a crowd on his side and a little bit of a show to give, he really could turn it on, and he's beginning to turn up the ante.
10th maximum of the Group C campaign. He's averaging 1 a match. If you can find another Tumplers checkout here,
60.
that'll be 1 a match in the maximums and the Tumplers columns. That'll be a very, very impressive campaign here in Group C for Justin
100.
Smith. We did feel that he was one of those players that dropping into Group C would actually give him a better opportunity than in what is a highly competitive Group B that'll be
Justin, you
resuming
require
this evening at 10 o'clock.
127. 81. $60. Justin, you require 46.
So Justin Smith looking at 46. Well, missed straight with the first. But all's well, but
Game's on
ends
the
well.
fourth
Smith
leg.
gets
Justin
the break.
Smith.
He leads 3-1. I mean, I thought Smith would win this match.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to
And
the
it
rope
looks like
first.
I might be right.
Game on.
New day, same jokes. Welcome to the life of Henry Deacon.
100.
Yeah, my material really is drying up, isn't it? If you could call it material, anyway.
45.
If you could ever call it not dried up.
60.
For Luke Smith, I'm pretty sure he's going to be back on the ADC tour, trying to earn another opportunity here at the Super
58.
Series. He will feel there's unfinished business here, won't he? He's not going to want that record looming
60.
over him in regards to the longest chain of defeats in a row here at the Super Series. He'll probably be frustrated because he's shown some really good signs at times, hasn't he?
97.
My mind really does move back to that game with Ultan McDyer yesterday where he reeled off those 3 legs, 15, 15, 16.
100. $57.
Justin looks like he is about to round this match off. 6 starts on 181.
89.
And he's going to come back for 92 to seal it.
$58. Justin, you require 92.
Double.
56.
Doesn't go, but didn't have to go. And so he will come back here looking at double 18 to win it.
140. Justin, you require 36. Game
Justin
shot
Smith
and
rounds his
match.
campaign off
Justin
with a
Smith.
win, and he is going to go through to finals night with a bit of a flourish for Luke Smith. Well, it's another disappointing campaign for him here at the Super Series, but for the Bearded Dragon, well, this week has been hard work at times, but he's managed to conjure up a way through to Saturday. Justin Smith beats Luke Smith by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, it is Ultan McDyer up against Henry Coates. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Justin Smith book his place into Saturday night. He dropped into the Group C campaign from Group A, and he's now the man at the top of the table. His job is done. 16 points sees him through. Henry Coates is through already as well. The top 2 players get through to the Saturday night. Ultan McDyer will take on Henry Coates up next in a bit of a head-to-head battle. But we are now going to hear from Justin Smith, the man who's at the top of the table.
Justin, many congratulations into tomorrow night's final, but is it fair to say that it's been hard work for yourself this week?
Well, yeah, I think so. After yesterday's performance, for me, I don't think I was up to scratch. I think most of yesterday, I was terrible in my opinion. Most of the week, I've been terrible, but yeah, I'm glad to get over the line. 5 wins from today, I think, is pretty good. But I didn't really expect it, but yeah, I'm just glad to get over the line.
Completed the card today, much better performance from yourself today. You just seemingly clicked into gear from that first match, had the 103. You never really looked back from that point.
Yeah, well, was it 103? I didn't.
103, the first one, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was good, but obviously I think I should be playing a lot better, to be honest with you. I don't know what I've had the rest of the games, but yeah, I've enjoyed it. I think after getting the first 3 games, I've sort of relaxed more. But yeah, I'm just glad to get over that line. You know, after the performance I've had all week, it's just not been great, I don't think. But I'm just happy to get over the line. Yeah.
You admitted to us at the start of the week you haven't really played much in terms of competitive play outside of local stuff. So when it comes to a competition like this, does it sometimes need a couple of days for you to kind of get up to scratch a little bit?
Yeah, but in my local cup, my one local cup that I play on a Wednesday, I've been playing really well. So yeah, I don't know what happened this week. I don't know, maybe nerves or whatever. But yeah, for me, I think the first game today, the first 2 games today against Henry was one of them. As long as I got them 2 in the bag, I thought, you know, I've got a good chance of obviously making it through the finals, and I have. So I'm happy.
Last game there, you only needed the 1 leg to make it through, but you thought you needed to win the match, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know. I haven't really looked too much into it, to be honest with you. They've got it up on the screen in the back room, but yeah, I thought if I have my 5 wins, then I thought there's no way I can lose, surely. But yeah, I'm a happy man at the moment. Yeah.
Is ignorance bliss in those scenarios?
Oh, good God, yeah. It is good. I think I've made, well, I think the last 5 or 6 times I've been here, I've made the final. So, yeah, I always enjoy a Saturday night. So, yeah, and I'm buzzing.
Back into a Saturday now. You could make a bit of history tomorrow night. If you win, it'd be the biggest gap that a player's ever had from their first success to a second. It'd be 8 series. The previous record set was 7. John Henderson last time out. It's been a little while, and you're a little bit overdue, aren't you, one of these?
Yeah, I think I missed out on a final against Tom Sykes. I think I've had 2 semis, but hopefully I can just go one better and take the whole lot.
Well, go well, Justin. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Very relaxed, isn't he, Justin Smith, in his approach? And it's always better, I think, in those situations to do what Justin Smith did and just go up and try and win the game. Whenever you try and play those little mini battles within the game, it can often lead to complications. No more complications, though, in regards to the destiny of the players going through to Saturday night. We know Richie Howson is there. He was successful in the Group A campaign, matching the all-time record. 14 wins from the 15 matches. Still waiting
First
someone
leg,
to
it's
do the
Ultan
full.
to throw first. Game on.
Maybe in 2025 we'll see the full 30 from someone. But in this group, Justin Smith, Henry Coates are your qualifiers. Henry Coates here on debut, the 18-year-old who came here with a lot of expectation. That coming off the back of how well he's played on the development tour, how well he played in the World Masters just a couple of weeks ago in Milton Keynes, when he was mixing it up with current PDC tour card holders.
140.
He's acquitted himself very, very well here on the Super Series stage. We'll get to see him now tomorrow on a Saturday night with a big prize, with the golden ticket, the opportunity to play at Champions Week on the line, and a sizable paycheck. A big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow there for Henry Coates.
46.
There'll be a crowd here tomorrow as well. Something I know Henry really enjoys. Takes part in quite a few exhibitions. Loves a bit of atmosphere, a bit of instant feedback that you get from having a live audience.
59.
I think we could see Henry Coates step it up even further tomorrow, which is worrying signs for the rest of the group. Certainly when you look at his real
42.
big power numbers. He's had 18 180s. A very, very healthy return, even for the most established of players.
But
maybe now the
adrenaline,
the drive may have just come out of Henry Coates just a little bit. Wanted to go on his victory lap.
Game shot on the first leg, Ultan McDyer.
Ultan McDyer may be sending him on his victory lap very soon.
Second leg, it's Henry to throw first.
A 4th Tumpless checkout here for Ultan McDyer in this group. Not the smallest one of them.
85.
He's had a 164, a 144, and a 101. Won his last 3 games in a row here, McDyer, who, when you talk about those players that grow into a campaign and grow into a week, you're seeing it right before your very eyes here. Ultan McDyer will no doubt be back on those ADC qualifiers, ADC tour events, looking to try and rebook a ticket here to the Super Series.
Finishing strongly here is Ultan McDyer, and we've seen some strength in depth in terms of the Irish qualifiers for the ADC. In fact, I can't believe we haven't even mentioned this yet. But whilst we talk about the ADC, now you know how much you're a big fan of announcements announcing there's going to be an announcement at some point.
Oh, yes.
The good old-fashioned announcement of an announcement is going to happen tonight here of the ADC. 14th of February, that's today, 7 o'clock. You might want to tune in to @Dart Circuit. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of analysis later on this evening for whatever the announcement could be. But it's got a bit of a globe
76.
on it, so who knows? This for 1-1, double top. Levels your Devils. Coates equalises this game back up.
Third leg, it's Ultan to throw first. Game on. $81. 41. 100.
I'll find out more about that, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of analysis of that here across
100.
Pluto TV before too long. Of course, we had the inaugural Global Championship take place here at the Modus Live Lounge at the back end of 2024. Well received. Devon
100.
Peterson picking up the title to scoop the £25,000 jackpot. We also had the tour finals of the men and the women here last year. Gemma Hayter and Andy Bolton, who cannot defend it because he's now on tour, picking up those particular titles. McDyer Max there, leading himself on 80 after 12. Coates on his coattails. 80 for 2-1. 20 for tops. Tops it is. Tops found, top corner.
Ultan
McDyer 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Henry.
This will just be frustrating him because he's going to potentially play himself into a position here where he could just miss out on 96. That will hurt on debut.
The closer they come, the harder they fall, is the saying that many say.
100. 100. 58. 63. 93. 115. And we require 154.
To round off for McDyer, averaging 93 here. And Coates unable to take out the 154. He's going to put himself in situ. But McDyer has a chance here at the 1-2-3. And this will be his second ton plus out of the game if he can get it. Won't be on this occasion. And so Coates will come back looking at 60 to level this game back
42.
up at 2 apiece.
Henry requires 60.
2 at tops. Double 10.
50. Ultan, you require 81.
12 and bull.
56.
First dart missed
Henry,
to
you
the double.
require 10.
1 up.
5.
But none in. And missed darts have become a plaguing problem for Henry Coates over the last couple of games. It was a strong point for so long, but now the misses are beginning to magnify, and McDyer has a chance to open up a 2-leg gap as a result.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ultan
Last
McDyer.
died hand, and Ultan McDyer is a leg away from Indian Kids Super Series campaign with success.
Fifth leg, it's Ultan to throw first.
On a very big high, wouldn't it?
Game
This
on.
would be a big, big win for him here against Henry Coates, who has sort of been the runaway leader throughout. But the other thing here to think about
100.
is league positions. If Ultan McDyer can complete the job here, Justin Smith will top the
140.
table.
That would mean Henry Coates had to play Richie Howson in the first game tomorrow, and I'm not sure he would like that prospect.
$59.
Tell you what, it's weird in these Super Series weeks, Matt. We get to Friday, and then one of us will mention
100.
X Player 1 Group A, and it just feels like such a long time ago. So much changes so quickly in these weeks.
59. 38. 38. 100. 26. How many you require? 123.
To pull one back, he's got time from this 1, 2, 3. Does Henry Coates?
45.
And when he returns, he's going to come back for 78.
100. Henry requires 78.
Double 12. 6s for the break.
No score. Ultan,
That's
you
the worst case
require
scenario, because now he goes all the
120.
way back to the 78, and McDyer may fancy his chances here. Just got to watch the angle of entry of the dart. Oh, he tried to watch the angle of entry of the dart. He's overpitched
80.
it. Tried to stay away
Henry
from the flight, and
requires
he's chucked it off the
78.
board.
Well, the overcompensation has allowed Henry Coates another go, but the problem is he has to go back to the start when double 17 to leave himself
13.
tops with dart 2. And so
Ultan, you
McDyer here
require 40.
looking at tops to end his debut campaign with a win. The man from ADC Island has shown glimpses of good stuff this week. But he's not going to
20.
finish with that victory
Henry
as of yet.
requires 65.
And this game will
on the fifth
extend.
leg. Henry
Coates
Coates.
gets tops to bring it back to 3-2.
Sixth flag. It's Henry to throw first. Game on. 100. 100. 97. 44. 100. 61. 98.
106 for the match here. Oh, sorry, to take the match all the way here for Henry Coates.
60. Henry you require
He's
106.
got time on his side. McDyer had opportunity to win it in the last leg. And now Coates looking to take us the distance. Double top
86.
doesn't correlate this time.
$140. Henry required 20.
Coates looks at double 10. Coates gets
Game shot on
double
the
10.
sixth leg.
And
Henry
we go the
Coates.
distance in this match.
7th and final leg. It's Ultan to throw first. Game on. 100. 83. $140. $108.
That is much more like it for Henry Coates. Maximum there. Is that the moment that turns the screw, or is McDyer going to find another purple patch towards the line?
140.
Well, that 140 leaves him on 121. Coates is not going to leave himself on a finish. So Ultan McDyer's got 6 more to eventually wrap this match up and to end his debut campaign of a win. He could do it with a bit of style, but the 11 just goes wide of the mark. As you can see, just drifting below into the 888.
89.
Leads himself 32 after just 12 darts.
100. Ultan, you require 32.
For the match, it's double 16 for Ultan McDyer. To end his first Super Series campaign with a win. At times this week, Ultan McDyer has been dynamite. The man from County Mayo in the Republic of Ireland, good friends with Connie Heenahan, while his experience ends with a victory against Henry Coates, who's now going to finish second in the group. Narrowly missing out McDyer on qualification. Coates is going to have to take on Howson in the first game of tomorrow night's session. So that confirms now that Justin Smith has won the group on 16 points. One final game to go in this group. And it sees Patrick Dekker take on Mason Whitlock.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's the last game of Group C, and it is Patrick Dekker up against Mason Whitlock. Before the break, Ultan McDyer got the better of Henry Coates by 4 legs to 3. That means that Justin Smith has now won the group at the expense of Henry Coates, who's now going to have to do his damage in the first group tomorrow night, and he's going to have to face Richie Housen in the first game of the evening against the darts as well. Here we go then. Final game of the group. It pits Patrick Dekker and Mason Whitlock against one another. It began with a 4-3 win for Mason Whitlock yesterday, this group. How, Matthew Edgar, is it going to end?
Well, they're both going to be mightily disappointed, aren't they? Because they came in today with a bit of hope. Certainly, Patrick Dekker, when he kicked off with a win in his opening game, would have been hoping he would have moved on to a little bit more. Mason Whitlock will feel this is a massive opportunity missed, though, won't he, in regards to getting to his first Saturday night. It's something he spoke very fondly about, very keenly about, as the next sort of logical progression in regards to his career.
58.
And on paper, in numbers, there's never going to be a better opportunity.
57. 57.
Well, Dekker's got off to the quicker start of the two players in this match.
100.
Leaving himself on 106 after just a dozen darts in this leg.
140. Patrick, you require 106.
So 106 for Dekker to take up this first leg. Treble 18 leaves double 16. Not to be on this particular occasion, but he is going to leave himself on 52 when he returns.
Patrick, you require 52.
So 52 here for Patrick Dekker. Double top to take out the opening leg.
12.
Couple pitched above the
Mason,
wire.
you require 106.
Come back here for 160 to open up a 1-0 lead. It's not going to go this time.
92. Patrick, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
That was right in the
Patrick
middle,
Dekker.
wasn't it? Dekker one up.
Second leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on. $100. 59. 57.
Well, Group B is taking place tonight, Matt. Danny Van Tripe, top of the group. Are you expecting
60.
Danny and Brandon, the two players on 6 points, to make it through later?
Well, they've got a big advantage, haven't they? We have seen it sort of fall apart from players who've been on 6 points overnight, who feel like the job's done, maybe just need a little bit, and then start slipping away from them very quickly. But I do certainly think Danny is going to find his way there. I think Shane McGurk's going to step it up tonight. Wasn't his night at all last night, was it?
Yeah, Danny was definitely the most consistent player
99.
of anyone in terms of the numbers, in terms of performances. Lost the opening match to John O'Shea, but then was a dominant force from that point onwards. In fact, following that, he dropped
100.
just a couple of legs. Just underlying how good he was towards the back portion of that session. That'll get back underway tonight. 10 o'clock with Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy on Pluto
13.
TV. And we'll be back tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. to see how the week concludes. How's this leg going to conclude? Dekker first to a finish. What pressure could Whitlock put on?
40. Patrick, you require 126.
126 for Dekker for 2-zip.
58. Mason, you require 152.
Whitlock looks at 152. Can't be done now. And so Dekker comes back for 68 to double his lead.
64. Patrick, you require 68.
48 for 20. Now double 5.
63. Mason, you require 88.
Whitlock is not going to get a poke at the bull, and so Dekker's going to come back. Another chance for Dekker to
38.
double up.
Patrick, you require 5.
Double 2 for 2-0. In it goes.
Game's on
Dekker
the
doubles
second
his
leg.
advantage
Patrick
in this
Dekker.
match. Mason Whitlock nods his head as he heads back to the drinks
Third
table.
leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Started the day poorly, did Mason. Looks like he's going to end the day in the same vein.
It's not happened for him today, as he described yesterday as poor.
81.
Be interesting to know what he describes today as.
Might need to wait until after the watershed's
54.
over.
$40. 29. 100.
You can see the body language, can't you, of Mason Whitlock just wearing the blows at the back of the stage, of which he has felt throughout today. He came in
100.
full of optimism, full of hope, wanted to take one of those top 2 places, but ultimately it's gone to the top 2 favourites, and it's gone in the order that the odds
60.
compilers thought it would before a dart was thrown.
What's it they say about you never meet a poor bookie? And even when you think the bookmakers have got it wrong, they've got it right. And if you thought Justin Smith was worth a fancy at 9-4 this morning, well, you've done very, very well.
81.
18 plus, and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series in the United Kingdom. If you are having a bet on the MODUS Super Series from outside of the UK, please do check with your
100.
local authority as to the gambling rules in your certain territory. Dekker's looking at the 120 here to move himself
60.
3-0 to the
Patrick, you
good.
require 120. 60. 83. Patrick, you require 60.
For 3-0, Dekker looks at double top. Pitch just above the wire.
20.
Couldn't find a way through the middle.
Mason, you require 94. 46. Patrick, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Patrick
3-0
Dekker.
Patrick Dekker. Mason Whitlock's campaign is
Fourth
about
leg,
to
it's
come to
Mason
an
to
end,
the
and it
row
could be
first.
ending with a bit of a
Game
whimper
on.
here. He has the darts to keep himself in the contest. Patrick Dekker looking to end with a win.
$80. $140. $140. 60. $43. $85.
Oh, great fun with the
98.
last there. Whitlock looking at 140 to get a leg on the board.
$140. Mason, you require 140.
Dekker down to range. Look. Can't find the treble. There's a danger here now that you could end up leaving with a 4-0 defeat.
78.
Patrick Dekker,
Patrick,
give
you
us a
require
bit of a
76.
parting gift to end on a high.
88.
68.
Does not go.
Mason,
So
you
Mason Whitlock will come
require
back for
62.
62 to pull one back. He's going to get one dart. And one
Game
dart
shot
is
on
all
the
he needs. It's
fourth
the only
leg,
dart he's had
Mason
at a double
Whitlock.
in this game so far, Mason Whitlock. He pulls it back to 3-1 and he forces Patrick
Fifth leg,
Dekker
it's
to
Patrick to
serve
throw
this
first.
match out.
Game on.
Two debutants are in this group, Ultan McDyer and Patrick Dekker. Ultan McDyer, we just saw him pick up a victory in his last game,
100.
confirming him in third place. Missing out on qualification just on legs. Patrick Dekker could join him here in regards to a parting victory.
60.
I think they've both sort of got stronger as the week's gone on, haven't they? When we saw them start on Monday morning in Group A at 9:30, we thought it could have been quite a long week where wins was very restricted.
$58.
Yeah, it's been a very strange affair for a lot of the players this week. Mason pondering in the background.
56.
And probably wondering why now?
100.
Why now? When it's all gone terribly wrong for so long.
Well,
Dekker fires back with a max of his own.
$59. Patrick, you require 65.
So 65 for Patrick. Tops for the match.
Game
Tops
shot
for
and
the
the
win.
match.
And Patrick Dekker will finish off his Super Series campaign with a win. He has been a delight to have here this week. He has loved that camera. He's loved his celebrations. He's loved his time here. He's beaten Mason Whitlock in the final game of the session Right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, myself and Matthew Edgar will have full analysis and full reaction to a bumper day of darts. We'll also be looking forward to tonight's action in Group B. That's all coming up on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Friday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth has come to a close. This is what we have seen. Well, Henry Coates went into the day with a 2-point lead at the top of the table. He had that lead evaporated by Justin Smith with defeating the 6th game of the session. Suddenly, we then had 2 players really taking command of proceedings. But Ultan McDyer was keeping himself an interested party, continuing to pick up win after win after win. However, Justin Smith completed the card, and that was enough for him to book his passage through. Henry Coates got the better of Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 3 to seal his place into the final. So that is what we've seen this afternoon. This is how the table looks then at the end of play. Henry Coates lost his last match to Ultan McDyer, which means that he lost the lead of the group for pretty much the first time right at the very end. So Justin Smith's going to go and win the group. Henry Coates now has the joy of Richie Howson in his first match. Ultan McDyer on 14. Good Group C campaign for him. Patrick Dekker, Mason Whitlock, well, they were out of the race quite early on in proceedings. And for poor Luke Smith, no wins for him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this appearance. Well, primetime Matthew Edgar has been watching all of the darts in the commentary box today. He joins me now in the studio. Let's begin with Justin Smith. Now, he is a player at times we can be critical of, and that is because of the immense high ceiling that he has. For the struggles he's had at times this week, he put it all right today.
Yeah, he did. And when you caught up with him in the interview room, it didn't seem like he felt like he had played that well. I think what was wearing on him was how he's played across the first 4 days. But today, the chips was down. He needed to produce, and he did. And that's a good sign. A lot of the time, you want to produce it on Saturday. He needed to produce it for 2 days here. He played himself into a situation. Yes, he didn't play his best, but he didn't lose ground. He was still in a good position, and he cashed it in today. And that's what you got to do. You got to make sure that even when you're not playing well, you're not losing the games, and you're not losing the possibility of getting yourself into Saturday night. He's there now, and he will be one of the favourites.
Henry Coates got through, and it just looked like he did the job he needed to do today.
I don't think at any point during this campaign I didn't think Henry Coates was going to get through. From the very first darts he threw on that stage to the very last, he just looked so convincing, so clinical, so comfortable up there on the stage. And remember, he's just 18 years old. We've seen this story many times before. We're seeing it a lot more as darts is becoming more of a young man's game right now. And I fancy his chances tomorrow. I think there'll probably be a few people in here tomorrow. A few people come down and support him, I'm sure. And I reckon he's going to be one of those people that really do thrive on a little bit of feedback.
In terms of Ultan McDyer, much improved Group C campaign. And today there's a lot he can take out that he could be very pleased with.
He'll probably be really disappointed right now before he gets pleased, because what he'll have to do first is deal with the disappointment. He probably set himself a target of thinking 14 points, I've got a really good chance. That's sort of our baseline. You get 14 points, you're more likely than not going to get through. But yesterday at the end of the session, we were saying how important legs difference can often be. And that's what's done him today. Legs difference wasn't good enough. He ends up missing out on 14 points. But there's a situation here where he's probably feeling like he's got some rewards from this week. Came in, start of the week, the way it started, you'd have gone, he's going to struggle to pick up wins here. It is not meeting the standard. And as the event's gone on, he's started getting better and better, stronger, more consistent, and some real high flashy moments. Now, he's had one every day, but today he had a lot more.
Well, let's have a very quick look at the tournament bracket. Group B is going to get underway again tonight. Danny Van Tripe and Brandon Ween lead the way. Shane McGurk, we've got about a minute left, Matt. So just very quickly, your thoughts on what we're going to see tonight from this Group B?
I think a lot of eyes once again will be on Shane McGurk. Can he produce better than he did last night? Same thing as Justin Smith, though, is in the running. He did enough last night. Kelvin O'Keefe will be one to keep an eye on in regards to what he's going to do. I don't think he's going to do enough to get in the top three. But yesterday he got one win. That was against John O'Shea. That's why John O'Shea's not in the top three. He could play a part tonight.
And we're going to be watching that action from 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV, here on the dedicated MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Matt, thank you very much for your company today. We shall see you again tomorrow. Chris Murphy's going to be with us later on tonight from 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. But prior to that, plenty coming up here on Pluto TV. Coming up next, we're going to be seeing the highlights from a very dramatic Series 7 Champions Night. The likes of Darius Labanauskas, Cam Crabtree, Bo Greaves, Conor Heenahan, Darius Labanauskas, your old friend and adversary, and the human highlight reel himself, Reece Robinson, will all be in action for that. It was a bumper night, a bumper conclusion. You can watch that with us in a few moments' time. Right, we're going to be back from 10 o'clock this evening to see how Group B is going to conclude. It is Danny Van Tripe and Brandon Weening that lead the way. But as far as this afternoon is concerned, well, the Bearded Dragon breathed life into his weekly campaign. He is through to another finals night and looking for another title. From all of us here, we'll see you tonight. Bye for us.
What a finish! The drum roll finishes, and the target is and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.